Hello everyone, good evening. Welcome to 9th and 10th channel of BYJU'S. I'm your teacher Ankita and I welcome you all in today's class where we will be taking a look at the complete revision of biology of class 9th. So I hope that everyone, all of you are ready. Good evening Aditya, Cool Creative Hub, Karan, Kushal, Dwarka, Mannat, Aniket, Aditya, द रियल अभिमन्यु, तन्मय, यश बोल रहा था कि क्लास बोरिंग है आज की. प्रगति, दृष्टि, अरविंद, साक्षी, आयशा, क्वीन गर्ल, तृप्ति, साई, जीनियस गर्ल, प्रियंका, नेहा, विनायक, प्रीता. Good evening everyone, good evening. How are you all? I hope that all of you are doing great and I hope that all of you are excited for this class. And I can see you discussing, ma'am, कि कितने घंटे में क्लास खत्म होगी. So what is your expectation? Tell me everyone, what is your expectation from this particular class? What do you think should be the duration of this class? You only tell me, I will, right? I will, I will change accordingly. 10 hours, 1 hour, 3 to 4 hours is a good time. Yeah, I agree that 3 to 4 hours, right, is a good time for us to study 3 chapters that we have. And all of these chapters are very easy. Yeah, I know we have just 3 chapters, right? So I'm sure we'll be able to finish in 3 hours or in 4 hours. Chaliye. Yes, Preetha. Okay. हाँ 8 hours like 10th का क्लास. अरे उनके तो 5 चैप्टर थे. हाँ बिल्कुल. I'll be making sure we'll have a lot of sweet today. We'll have jalebi. We'll have good sweets. Okay everyone, are we ready? I hope that all of you are ready. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button for the video. And I hope that your Josh is really very high. We will not be wasting time, everyone. Right? We'll not be wasting time. I want all of you to stay focused. I hope that you have your NCERT textbook with you. Please make sure you have pencil or a pen so that you can note down all the important points. And पानी की bottle पास में रखना. Done? पानी की bottle पास में रखेंगे and we will be drinking water in between. It's important to hydrate ourselves. चलिए. Awesome. So everyone, let's move ahead. Okay? We don't have Menti quiz today. We don't have questions today. What we'll be doing, let me just set the expectation right in the beginning. All of you, good evening. Welcome to the class. Right? It's a complete biology syllabus in one video. Basically, it's a marathon that we have all the 3 chapters and we'll be discussing in detail. Right? We'll be discussing all of this in detail. Clear? Now, important thing, I will be telling you the questions. For example, this question can come for this mark, this question can come for this marks, right? But we will not be solving the questions now. We don't have Menti, so please don't spam. Okay? Duration of the class, 3 to 4 hours. You can tell your friends, 3 to 4 hours. Please, I don't want to repeat it again and again. 3 to 4 hours is the duration that we are aiming for. Okay? Chaliye. Yes, chaliye. Everyone, here we have important information, right? Ashwin sir will be conducting a workshop for all of you, right, who are in 9th and who are in 10th class, especially if anyone is there in your family, who is in class 10th, or if it's definitely for you also. Please make sure everyone to register for the 31st of December at 12 p.m. for 1 hour workshop. It's a very, very interesting workshop. You will be so sir will be talking about the roadmap for the JEE and the NEET. If you have that in your mind, please make sure to join this workshop. It's absolutely free, right? And ask your parents to also join it. Okay? The link of the workshop is in the description box. Click on that and register today. Yes. Yes, everyone, are we ready? This session is for ICSE board. You can, but I think ICSE board has a little bit more advanced information than the CBSE class 9th. Up to you. Now, what is your right for taking notes for this session? You don't have to take notes. We have everything. I'll share the PDF with you. Asher, I'm really sorry. I will be doing after this class. Yes. Well, actually, we tried it uploading, but it was a huge file set. There was some issue with that. We'll try it today. Okay? Chaliye. Very good, everyone. I want to see the Josh and we are moving. Chaliye. We know that everyone, we have 3 very important and cute little pyara sa chapters we have. We have fundamental unit of life, tissues and the improvement in the food resources. We have 3 pyara sa chapters, right? So we'll be taking a look at the 3 chapters today. Yes, class 10 students, if you're here, I'll be providing you the notes for class 10 by today, and class 9th also you will get it. Okay, everyone, give me a quick thumbs up. Are we ready? See, I will be checking with you. It's not that I can just leave you in between, right? Acha, yesterday I asked the students that which chapter we should start with, right? I asked for the class 10. Okay, I will be conducting a poll, everyone, and you tell me which chapter you want me to start with, okay? So I'm moving away from here, right? We don't have diversity in the NCERT. So it's not there in the portion. So everyone, I am conducting a poll. You will be able to see a poll, right? And please do vote for it. Everyone, I have started the poll. Yes, everyone. All of you hit the like button for the video. The poll is up. Please vote. Yes, everyone, all of you quickly vote. I can see that majority of you are voting for improvement. Everyone quickly vote. I can see all of you have voted and got it. We are starting with yes, everyone. So the polls are up and we know that. See, 43, I think 43 of you want me to start with the improvement. It's up to you guys now. So we'll finish the chapter really very quickly, right? I know that improvement is a little bit lengthy, right? And but let's tackle it so that we have two interesting chapters, right? Tissue and cell will be able to finish really very quickly. Okay? We want to go, we want third, then first, then second, okay? Yes. Based upon the results, we have that. Chaliye everyone. So we're starting with the improvement. Right? Improvement, everyone. Okay. It's getting uploaded. So give me a minute, everyone. Hybridization. Okay. You will be able to get the notes on the Telegram, right? And Ashar, I'll share the notes with you for class 10th. Okay, on the Telegram group. Chaliye everyone, are we ready? Very good, Aisha, congratulations. Okay everyone, let's just stay focused. Hello Anushka, Sakshi, Rajiv, Aditya, Anushka, Harshini, let's just be focused over here. Just change the setting of your phone, everyone. Okay, let's talk about the improvement in the food resources. It's a very, very interesting chapter. We're starting with, right? Starting with this. Now we have different types of food resources. Yes or no? I'm sure all of you are aware about that we have different types of food resources. Can you tell me the main two resources of food that we have? From where we get the food? Very good, very good. Yes, from where we get the food? Diversity का नहीं होगा यश, diversity आपके syllabus में नहीं है ना? Diversity हमारी NCERT में नहीं है. Very good. We have two types, right? We have plants and we have the animals. So plants and the animals are the, right, what are these? Plants and animals are the source of food, right? We know that they are the very, very important source of food. So we'll be discussing about both the plants and the animal in this particular chapter, because the name of the chapter is Improvement of Food Resources, right? Now, if we talk about the word improvement, we know that we want to improve something in that particular food resources. So we have two major resources. We have plant and we have animal. Now, in plants, right, we always talk about the agriculture. Now, what is agriculture? Agriculture is nothing but the science and the practice of growing crops by the cultivation on the land. So if over here, if your same type of crops are grown together, right, we call it as agriculture, right? Growing crops by the cultivation is called as the agriculture. We have the science and the practice. Clear? Very, very, very easy, super easy, right? Now, in your class 8th, I'm sure all of you remember that you all have studied about the agricultural practices, right? Now, if you and me are the farmer, what we will do? We will go to the farm first, right? We will go to the field, right? We'll prepare the soil. We'll do plowing, we'll do tilling, then we'll sow the seeds, right? Then, of course, we'll add the nutrition, we'll add water, we'll remove the weeds which are growing along with the plants, right? And we will be cutting it down by the harvesting. And last, of course, there is storage. How many of you remember this? Tell me, everyone, how many of you remember this? Very good, very good. I can see so many of you. Actually, all of you are saying, ma'am, we remember. So, we know that if the agriculture is happening, we have these following steps into it, right? Now, we always call our country as an agricultural country, yes or no? Now, in our country, it's a very, in our country, if you look at it over here, we have different climatic conditions, and that's very suitable to have different types of crops altogether. We have different types of soil, right? Of course, topology is very different, irrigation, light, and climate. Now, different plants actually need different temperature, different amount of water, different amount of, soil, different amount of irrigation techniques, and the climate. So, India offers a great variation in that, and because of that, we have so many crops that are grown in our country, right? Now that we know we have so many variety, everyone, I'm sure you will agree to that, the temperature of the Jammu and Kashmir currently will be different from the Thar desert. Yes or no? Yes, I'm sure you will agree, right? There's a temperature difference, right? There will be difference of the wind, rainfall, etc., etc. And we have different types of plants that grows over there. So we can say that our country has a very diverse climatic conditions, and because of that, we have different variety also. Like we have a lot of different types of plants growth in our country. Yes? Yes, Aditya. It's very difficult. Okay. Now, along with that, I saw that I think one or two of you have mentioned about the photo period. What was the photo period, everyone? Photo period is amount of light a plant will be getting. It is related to the duration, right? It is related to the duration of sunlight, right, everyone? Yes, how much amount of sunlight the plant is getting, that is photo period, okay, related to the duration of the sunlight. Now, let me ask you a question, everyone. We'll have a rapid fire now so that we can check your knowledge. Tell me, everyone, which are the crops which are grown in rainy season? Which crops are grown in the rainy season? Yes, 4 hours class, very good, chaliye. Right, which are the crops which are grown in the rainy season? Very good, everyone, I can see. Kharif crops are the crops that need more water, and hence they are sown in the rainy season. We have the example of paddy, maize, soybean and groundnut. All of these are Kharif crop, right? Yes, and they need more amount of water. Then what we have the Rabi crop. Now Rabi crop are the ones which are sown in the winter season. We have wheat, gram, pea and mustard. Then we have another type. Which is the another type, everyone? Zad crops, right? Now Zad crops are grown specifically in summer season for a very short duration. We have watermelon, right? We have pumpkin, cucumber, etc. Now we have different types of crops altogether, right? We have an understanding. We have Rabi crop, Kharif crops and Zad crops. Based upon the climatic condition, we can see that there is a difference. Based upon the seasons, we can say that we have different types of crops. Right? Now that we are clear with this, yes, absolutely correct, Pragati. Now that we are clear with this, can I ask you a question? Do you think that currently in our country we have enough food for everyone? Tell me, what is your opinion on that? Do you think that we have enough food for everyone in our country? Yes. Very good. Yeah, we understand that we don't have enough food. We know that our population is growing, right? Our population is growing exponentially. Every year, every month, if we say, right, we have new addition of the individual, right? So what happens? We have we have a small crunch, right? We can say that as of course the population is increasing, there's a demand of food also increasing. Unfortunately, we don't have enough land or enough plants to, we don't have enough land so that we can do the cultivation. And more than that, of course, it's not possible, right? To have, on a small piece of land, will not be able to generate the amount of food for the huge population. So what happened in our country, we have, what we do, the first fix is, acha, land chahiye, let's cut the jungles, right? Let's clear the jungles out and let's take the land. Of course, see over here, initially it was such an agricultural land, but now it's changed, right? Agriculture, forest land changed to the agricultural land. So we know that the forest will be cut down to clear the land so that the land can be utilized for the cultivation of the crops so that the people can eat. Now what happens over here? Increasing agriculture will definitely cost us forest, and of course, if we are losing the forest, we know that not just us but various organisms on a whole earth will be suffering. There will be the climate change, and of course we are seeing the climate change around us, floods, loss of diversity. So we can clearly say now over here that we should be looking for ways in which we can increase the production in the existing land. Instead of going out and searching for a new land, what we can do? Whatever land we have as of now, we should be using some technologies, some techniques that will be helping us to produce a good amount of production on the same piece of land. Clear, everyone? Are we clear? Are we clear up to here? It's a very easy chapter, everyone. I'm telling you, if you will pay attention to what we are discussing, you will be sorted for this chapter. Chaliye, okay. Acha. Here we have a question for you. Have we accomplished increasing productivity in the past? Yes, we did, right? Initially, it was a low yield. Around the 1960s, we saw a big change happening. That was a green revolution, right? It increased the high yield quality, right? Under the green revolution, we saw that improvement was done on crops with the high yielding quality to increase the productivity. Very good, everyone. Green revolution. Can you tell me it was started by who? Yes? Who started the green revolution? Yes, recently, unfortunately, very recently, the scientist lost their life. Yeah. Yes, he's no more with us, but of course his research is definitely there. Very good. M.S. Swaminathan, absolutely correct, everyone. He was a great scientist, and he did a lot of, important things for our green revolution. Very good, absolutely correct. To increase the high yield, from the low yield to the high yield. Lots of efforts were taken, not just over here, but other fields also, but we'll be discussing that later. Now we know, right? Clear? Now we know that we need the high yield of the crops. Why? We need to increase the food production because of the population. We need to use sustainable practices because we don't want to pollute our earth. And of course, we want to give the excess of the food to all the people. So we have these demands, right? We want to do this, we want to do this, we want to do that. Shivana, M.S. Swaminathan, okay? But now can I ask you, how do we increase the yield of the crops? Jaldi everyone. How do we increase the yield of the crops? In our chapter, right, in the chapter of class 9, we have 3 important techniques. Very good, everyone. So, if I have to tell you, your whole chapter revolves around these 3. Okay, these 3 topics only. And that's the, crust of the chapter that we have. It's a base foundation. So, when we talk about the improvement in the crop production and management, we have 3 important categories in which we have divided. First, of course, is the crop variety improvement. How we are increasing the variety of the crop. Okay? Choosing and creating better quality of seeds will come over here. Then, crop production management. Crop is produced, but how we are managing it, right? Over here, adopting techniques that will be helping in the better yield. So, over here, we will be talking about the technology. Last but not the least, everyone, crop protection management. Now, we have to protect our crops also from insects, from pests, from weeds, right? So, what we will discuss in this part about the crop production management. So, everyone, can you quickly repeat after me? What are the 3 important topics we have? Crop variation improvement, crop variety improvement. Then we have crop protection improvement or crop protection management and crop production management. Yes, everyone, tell me. Very good. So all of you, I hope that all of you remember this. If you want to see this again, everyone, please take a look over here. Crop variety improvement, crop production management, and crop protection management. Very, very good. Okay. Chali, everyone. So now we're clear with this, right? We're starting with the first part, which is the crop variety improvement. Now, what is crop variety? Yes? Can you tell me what is crop variety? Jaldi, jaldi, everyone. There are good reference book, but I think for class 9, you can focus on your NCRT and the exemplar. Chaliye. Ma'am, please come with the prevention of the drugs. Sanya, we have discussed this in yesterday's class. Okay. Okay, very good, I can see. We have 2 important methods over here in crop variety improvement. What we have, everyone? Of course, what are we doing? We are improving the variety of the seeds that we have already have, right? So a plant variety represents a more precise definition of the group of plants selected from within the species and a common set of characteristic features. Now we know that we have so many different types of problems that are faced by the farmers. They can say that, ayyo, let's suppose we have Mannat, right? Let's suppose Mannat wants to, she has a very beautiful garden and she wants to garden it, right? She wants to grow the crops. But of course, the crops that she is growing could be that they don't have good nutritional value. They lack something. Daksh is growing a crops which are malnutrition crop, right? Does not have proper nutrient. Probably Dinesh is growing crops which have pest and insect. And we have Shreya, right? Who have the low quality seeds. Now think about it, everyone, right? Think about it. That if these problems are faced by the real farmers who are growing the crops, right, it will be so difficult for them to make the crops, right, basically to grow the crops and provide the food to the people. Hence, with the help of the technology, we come up with some solutions, right? We know that what we want. Our objectives are very clear. We know the problems. Let's see what we want. We want a crop which have high yield. High yield means it should be able to produce a good amount of it, right? Good amount, large in number. Then it should have improved quality. Biotic and abiotic resistance should have resistance from the insects, pests, right? And of course, it should be able to fight within. Then of course, it's a change in the maturity. Right, change in the maturity duration also. It grows fast, it grows slowly. That also we can actually control, right? We want it to. And then we have wider adaptability. And last, we have desired agronomical characteristic features. So all of this, everyone, all of this are the objectives that we have. Right? For example, if I am the farmer, right, I want all of these things. I want to work on all of these things. I want a crop which have all of this. Clear, everyone? Are we clear? Yes, very good, very good. Chaliye. Everyone hit the like button. Everyone please do hit the like button. Yes, everyone. Take a screenshot, everyone. Take a screenshot. I will tell you what are the important questions that can come. So, of course, for one of the important things that can come from here is about the crops. They can ask you about that, but very rarely. From here, the questions will be coming. What are the methods that we are using so that we have the crop variety improvement? Okay. Saraswati, what are the agronomical characteristic features? Like, okay, in terms of that will be helping in the economy also. That will be able to help in generation of the money. Okay. I will explain the fishery also, but let's just move ahead, everyone. So, two methods are there. Everyone, let's just stay focused, everyone. Yes, we have two important methods over here that are actually helping the farmers to increase the crop variety. First method is the hybridization, and then we have genetic modification. So in simple words, if I ask you what is hybridization, can you tell me what is hybridization? Yes. Deepak, I'll explain the fishery later part, mein bache, when we are discussing the fishes, right? Tell me everyone, what is hybrid? What is hybrid? What is hybridization? What is hybridization? 1 minute, everyone. Everyone, give me a minute. Yes, everyone. Okay. 1 minute, everyone. Take a screenshot of this. Right, take a screenshot. Yes. Okay, everyone. So did you take the screenshot? Very good. I was reading your answers. Crossing between two genetically dissimilar plants. Okay. Everyone, for 1 minute, give us a time, right? It's okay? Okay. Yes, I hope that all of you can see me now. Yes, I hope that I'm clearly visible to all of you. Okay, very good everyone. Keep up the pace everyone. Yes? Okay, chaliye. So, here we are. We're discussing about the crop production, right? We're discussing about the hybridization. Okay, so now we have an idea, right? I'm sure audible and visible to all of you. Done? चलिए. मैम, you vanished. मैम, ये क्या हुआ? आ गई मैं वापस. चलिए. Now everything is fine, right? Okay. Yes. So now what are we discussing? We are discussing about the hybridization. Now what is hybridization? As all of you were saying, right? It is a very, very important process where, of course, we'll be mixing, right? What are we doing? Actually, we are mixing, right? Now what are we mixing? We are mixing the two different variety all together. I think we need to put, Shankar sir, we have to put this down because I will not be able to, as in, yeah. Yes. Okay, everyone? So we will be going. Okay. I will not be visible, everyone. Just give me a minute. Really sorry. There's a mixing, right? There's a mixing happening. Let's take a look over here. So now I have a plant, right? All of you, you and me are the farmers, right? You and me are the farmers. And what are we doing? We're actually doing the hybridization. Now I have a plant which have drought tolerance. Drought over here means what? That it can actually sustain in less amount of water also. Right, everyone? Yes, are we clear? Everyone, I hope that everything is fine. We can just change the placing of this lights also and everything will be fine, I guess. Yes. Clear? So now I have a plant which has drought tolerance, right? It can easily sustain in lack of water. Even if the plant does not get enough amount of water, plant badhiya se aaram se grow karega, right? And I have one more plant which provides the large seed. We have two different variety, everyone. One is a drought tolerance and of course the other is the have large amount of seeds. So if we had a cross of these, right, what we'll see? We will see that we will get a crop, right, which has both the properties. So what we can see over here that we have taken the desirable characteristic features from these two plants and we have taken these. Now it's very important for us to understand that that we are looking for some desirable characteristic features. So we should know that कि अच्छा भाई इस जगह पे पानी कम मिलता है तो हमें एक ऐसा प्लांट चाहिए जो कम पानी में अच्छे से रह ले और हमें ऐसा प्लांट चाहिए जिसके ज्यादा बड़े सीड हो ताकि ज्यादा प्रोडक्शन हो पाए खाने का क्रॉप्स का. Clear, everyone? So this is how the farmers will be thinking. Now in this particular way we have very interesting process which is called as the artificial cross pollination. Now we know that sometime if we have, as in a case of a pea plant, right, they have both male and the female reproductive part in the same flower. If pollination happens, that is nothing but the pollen grains transfer on the stigma, right? And then the fertilization will take place. So what will happen? It will have the same characteristic features of their parents. But if we are multiplying or if we are crossing two different plants, probably this plant has greater yield, right? Or this plant has green colored peas or round peas or sweet peas, what will happen? We will be able to get the best characteristics out of these, right? So hybridization gives us a chance to mix the characteristic features, and the artificial cross-pollination is a process, of course, that is done by the people so that they can mix it up, right? Clear, everyone? Yes. So if we have to put the definition of it, we can say that the crossing of genetically dissimilar plants is referred as hybridization, and we are looking for the desirable characteristic features from both the plants. Whatever is good from both the plants, we'll try to have it. We can put the small seeds also, but you know what? We need large seeds. We need big, large seeds. We don't need. We can do that. Ma'am, plant will grow by seed or by fragmentation. Right now, how the first crop grown? They will grow by seed only, not by fragmentation. Yes, everyone, are we clear? I think so many of you here, everyone. Please make sure you stay with us till the end. एक टाइम पे बच्चे बहुत ज़्यादा बड़े थे, but due to some technical issues, we don't have them in the class. But everyone, tell your friends about this class. चलिए, full focus, everyone. Now in this, everyone, we have important part. Now, can I make a star over here? 3 marks question, 5 marks question can come from here, right, in biology. Now, in the hybridization, we have different terms. Many of you are asking about the, let me only ask. Many of you were asking about the intervarietal, interspecific, intergeneric hybridization. Now, can we break these words and can we understand them? What is the meaning of intervarietal? What is the meaning of intervarietal? Right? Intervarietal. So we can see that the cross is happening between two plants of same variety. Right? The cross is happening between the same variety. Clear? Same species, different variety. Absolutely correct. That is the reason we have intervarietal over here. Now, an example of the intervarietal, right? We have rice example we have, right? We have an example of different types of vegetables that are grown by using this particular method. So that's intervarietal. Now, can I ask you what is the interspecific? What is interspecific hybridization? What is interspecific hybridization? Dr. Shreya, I think so all of your friends have answered that question. You need to check, look over here. Yes, what is interspecific hybridization? Now, interspecific hybridization is nothing but a cross happening, right? A cross between two species, right, from same genus. Very good. Different species of same genus. Absolutely correct. Between the two species of same genus, right? Clear? So these two things you will remember. Now many of us get confused with the examples. So everyone, we have to remember the examples also. So now that we have the understanding, I will explain you again. Don't worry, I'll explain you again. But everyone, focus over here. What is intervarietal hybridization? Right? What are the intervarietal hybridization? Here we have crossing of two different variety from the same species. Take a screenshot, everyone. Take a screenshot, right? Crossing of two varieties from the same species. Then example में what we have? Wheat, right? We have Kalyan Sona, which is a variety of the wheat. Done? Then the other thing we have is the interspecific hybridization. What we have in interspecific hybridization? We have two species cross, right? These are two different species of a same genus. They are present in same genus only, right? But of course they are different species. Now many of you are asking what is genus. Now I'll stop over here, and who will tell me what is genus? 1 minute. Yeah. What is genus? Sandhya is asking, anyone, can you help your friend out over here? What is a genus? So, of course, unfortunately, we don't have that chapter, right? In the diversity mein, there's a clear-cut differentiation. We have animal kingdom. In that, we goes into the categorization of it, right? Yes. So, what is a genus over here? We have genus and the species. Very good, everyone. Very good. Very good. It's a taxonomical hierarchy of the genus. Yes, and what it provides? Basically, it actually helps us to understand that there are two species which are in the same category. Clear? Right? So that is a genus for us. You will be learning more about them in your higher classes when you study about the classification. Okay? Chaliye. Now here everyone, we have the example of Dukan grapefruit and across to orange. And what we have? We have the Tanglo. Interesting, right? Very interesting name we have. Right? It has a sweet tart flavor. Yes, we have the citrus combination. It's a very nice thing. Okay, chaliye. So we are clear with this. We are clear with the intervarietal and we are clear with the interspecific. Everyone, give me a quick thumbs up. Give me a quick thumbs up. Ma'am, HVY seeds are produced by hybridization. Yes. I hope that you're asking about hybridization, hybridized seed. Okay? Yes, tomato also. Tomato. Fox eggs, I think you're talking about the hybridized seed. Chaliye. Okay? Now we have a very interesting new topic. Can anyone tell me what is intergenic? Now we have discussed about the interspecific and intervarietal. Now what cross will be there if we talk about the intergeneric? Yes, there is a cross between two same genus or different genus. Very good. The cross is happening between the two different genus. Example may we have the wheat. We'll remember that. So intergeneric, right? Intergeneric hybridization is a hybridization where we'll see the two different, right? The crossing is happening between the two different crops of different genus altogether. Yes? And over here we have the example of the wheat. Very good, very good. Right? What is the wheat that we have? Triticale, right? Is a hybrid of the intergeneric cross, right? Which is made by the wheat and the rye, right? So we have the cross of wheat and the rye and we get this. Okay? Chaliye. Very good. Everyone, are we clear up to here? So this is a very crucial part. You are asking, right, ma'am, which are the important topics? Here we have. 3 topics are super important. We know what is hybridization. In that we have different categories. We have intervarietal, interspecific and intergeneric. Done? Done, done. Very good. So here we have the example also, everyone. So we can say that the superior offspring is produced over here, which has a desirable characteristic of both the parents and, of course, will give the economical benefits also. If we have mass production, yeah, of course, the sale will also increase and then more money will come to the farmers. What are the advantages of the hybridization? Gives us a higher yield, improve the quality of the seeds and of the crops, right? Help in the generating the resistance, plays a very important role in maturing the plants, right? Then, of course, wider adaptability and the desirable characteristic features. Everyone, are we clear? Yes? Okay? So, we have lots of agronomical characteristic features, right? Like tallness. Now, of course, tallness and proughness is there, which actually is a very important branching desirable characteristics. Yes, then of course we have an important character. Sometimes we need a dwarf plant also. Yes, yes everyone, dwarfness is a desire in cereals. So we have all of these things and with the help of the hybridization, we can actually have all of it. Here we have the advantages. Chandrakanta, bache, here we have. Yes, agronomical, acha. let me ask you, for example, let's suppose you are studying, let's suppose you know that to score for your examination, you have to score 80 out of 80. Then only you will be able to have the full marks, right? Now, you will be studying throughout. Your target will be 80 out of 80. Now, if I'll tell you that, right, you can easily get the 80 marks. Do you think that, do you all will be working for 150 marks? Tell me. Batao jaldi se. Yes, we'll be moving a little bit quick now. I know, we need to pace it up. Really sorry for between, we lost some time in between, but we'll cover it up. Jaldi everyone. If you know that 80 marks are good enough, right? Every 80 marks mean you will get the first rank. You will be the topper. Do you still feel that you will be working for 150 marks, which will give you nothing? No, right? Similarly in plants, like if you suppose, if I want a cereal, right? I want a cereal plant. But I want a plant to be small, right? I don't want a cereal plant which should be huge, right? It will not be helping me. So, why we spend that time, why we spend that nutrient in growing a big plant? So, the agronomical characteristic features are those characteristic features that will be contributing in the economy also, and these are the agriculture characteristic features. For example, if I want a plant, right, to produce good amount of chili, अब चिली का प्लांट की हाइट से कोई कनेक्शन है? Tell me, do you feel that if a chili plant is like big like a banyan tree, then only it will be able to produce good chilies? Yes or no? The answer will be no, right? So we have to understand that every plant has their own specific characteristic features, right? And we have to utilize them. Clear everyone? So that is all about the agronomical characteristic features. Okay? Chaliye. What are the disadvantages? We have seen the advantages of the hybridization. Here let's talk about the disadvantages of the hybridization. First thing, it is a long-term process, of course. Lots of experiments, a lot of research will be going ahead. It's a long-term process. Then of course, the results are very uncertain. You're not sure that you will be getting the results that you have desired for. So these are the two important disadvantages of the hybridization, right? So are we clear up to here, everyone? So we are clear up the hybridization. Right? Yes. Clear? Okay. So we are clear with this, right? Now let's move to the next topic, which is the genetic modification. And as the word suggests, genetic modification is nothing but going at a molecular level, right? And changing the genes into it. And changing the genes. Pratishtha बच्चे हमने कर लिया advantages of the hybridization, greater yield, wider adaptability, right, right maturation time, biotic and abiotic resistance. Okay, I know Abhimanyu, we have just mentioned it, just for the extra knowledge that we have, if you want to have. Okay, chaliye. So what are we doing in the genetic modification, everyone? As the word suggests, we are modifying the genes, right? So what happens over here? Let's suppose we are using the insecticide and the pesticide. Why we use insecticide and the pesticides? To kill the pest or the insects that will be attacking the crops, right? We do that. But if we say that if we are using insecticide and pesticides, probably they are increasing the yield, but definitely they are harming. And sometime we know that these will not be finishing, right? These pesticides will be damaging the plant also. Probably the weeds, right, or the insect or the pest will not die also. So of course there are a lot of chemicals, and that is not good for the plants altogether. We know that this way is not the healthiest way. Of course the chemicals involved, even though they are increasing the yield, but of course there will be the deposition of the pesticide and the insecticide, which is not good for the health. Now what is the solution for it? The only solution is that why don't we change the genetic makeup of the plant? For example, we have this plant, everyone. Let's suppose this particular plant that I have, right, will be eaten by the insect. I know that a very specific type of insect will come over here and will eat the plant. So what I can do? I can work on this insect. I will study the insect ka DNA, right? I'll study its gene, and then you know what I will do? I will try to make something which can go against it, right? What I can do some scientific jugaad, and I will be able to take small part of its gene, right, to make the plant resistant. Clear? Clear? So that is the genetic modification. Let's take a look over here. We have a bacteria. Can you see over here? Is it? Thank you, Inder. Thank you. All because of you guys. We have a bacteria, right? In the bacteria, right, we have a gene. Over here, the genetic material is freely suspended, right? And of course, this particular gene, right, makes a very harmful toxin, everyone. It's make a toxin. So we have a gene, right? Of course, we have genes will be making the proteins, and it's a toxic. It's very toxic in nature. We know that. Which, if it gives, right, it is it has the intestinal. Basically, it will be killing the insect, right? It will be killing the insect. Everyone, are we clear? Okay. Now, very good, Anushka. Bacillus, very good. We'll be discussing about this bacteria, Bacillus thuringiensis, right, everyone? Please do take a note of this. Yes, so we'll be discussing about this particular bacteria, that how this particular bacteria have helped us in developing the BT cotton, BT brinjal, and so many other plants. Okay? So, in a very simple word, if I have to explain you, this particular bacteria that you see over here, they have a gene, right? On their genetic material, they have a gene. That gene will be coding for a protein. Protein can be easily made from there. And this protein is actually, right, it's a protein and it has a toxic nature. It can actually form the pore in the gut of the insect. Everyone. Clear? Yes, yes, not at all. Everyone, are we clear? See, I know that you want me to rush, but this topic is very important, everyone. So please do pay attention. Tripti, I'll explain you that which is, right? Chaliye. So we have this information with us. So if this toxic, right, we have the toxic, we will be taking it out. And now if we add that particular gene into the plant, what will happen? So when the insect will come and will start eating the plant, this toxic will enter into their body and will, what it will do? It will actually add lots and lots of pore into the gut of the insect, and the insect will die. Right, everyone? So the insect will die and it will say, okay, tata, bye bye. Mera to ho gaya. Those of you who have difficulties now, pay attention. Right? Please do pay attention now. We have a bacteria which is the BT. What is the full form of BT? Bacillus thuringiensis, right? Okay? Clear? So everyone, let's just quickly recap what we have studied. We are talking about the genetic modification. What are we doing? What are we discussing now? We are discussing about the bacteria which is Bacillus thuringiensis, right? This particular bacteria have a gene. It have a gene that can make a protein, and this protein will make a toxic. Now this toxic, if enter into insect ka gut, if it enter into the insect ka gut, what will happen? It will form the pore. It will form the pores in the gut. It will form the pores in the gut, and ultimately what will happen? Insect will die. Are we clear? Are we clear? BT, yes. Clear? Capital B and small t. Tell me, everyone, are we clear with this? See, this is the easiest way we can learn this. We have all the information. So what we did with the genetic modification is that we took this gene, right, which is making this protein, right, the toxic wala part, and we have added into the plant. Ab hamare jo brinjal ka plant tha, what we did, right, we took this toxin gene, right, and we added into the plant. Ab now plant can make the toxin. So when this particular insect, right, the pest will be attacking this plant have the toxic, right, Once it will go inside the gut of these insect, it will form the pores and they will die. Clear everyone? Diamond clear hai, badhiya. Chaliye, everyone, are we clear with this, right? So let's move ahead and let me quickly show you the slides. Over here we have the gene, right, and of course we can match it up. So over here we want a pest resistance so that it can protect from the pest, right? It should not be damaging. So that's how we have generated it, and we have BT cotton, BT brinjal and golden rice are the examples of it. We also call them as GMO, genetically modified organisms, but over here it's a GM crops. Clear? Yes. Ma'am, isn't it harmful to? No. It's not harmful for us when we eat that, right? It's not harmful. See, we should understand that when the scientific research happens, right, they always consider the health of the humans. So it's not toxic at all to us, to any animals which is eating plants. Okay? So are we clear up to here? What are the important things we have discussed? We are done with the first topic, which is the crop variety improvement, right? Which is the crop variety improvement. Everyone, are we clear? Haan, ma'am, GM means good morning. Bilkul. Give me a quick thumbs up, everyone. Are we clear with this? Crop variety improvement को हमने अच्छे से पढ़ लिया, अच्छे से खत्म कर दिया. Right? We know that how we can choose the good seeds by hybridization and the genetic modification. Simple 2 steps. Very good. Unishine bachche, you can go back and see that part. Chaliye, okay everyone. Now are we ready for the crop production management? What will happen in crop production management? अच्छा, रसगुल्ले खिलाते थे अब तक. Yes everyone. Rasgullas, spongy rasgullas. Let me add them into the brown color pot, right? The mitti wala pot, I'm sure you would have seen. Yes? Okay, chaliye. Now let's talk about the crop production management. How we are using the technologies to help us in having a greater yield. Or how we can use the techniques and technology for the mass production of the crops, right? So now let's talk about the 2 farmers over here. We have farmer A and we have farmer B. Now farmer A, look over here, is of course working with the bare minimum tools. Farmer B is over here, right, working by the hands. Over here we can see the machine is there, but over here there's nothing much. So we understand that, right, the money which is being, the money that we have, right, or the money that is there with the farmer will play a very, very important role in the development of the good crops. Yes or no? I'm sure you all understand that if the seed, let's suppose, I am farmer A and we have farmer B, right? They goes to the market, right? They goes to the market and we have seeds of rupees 10, 20 and 30. Right, and of course let's just make 50 also. Okay, so this farmer just have 50 rupees and this has 1000 rupees. Now we clearly see, and of course it's nothing big over here, or the surprise over here, that we know that this farmer will be maximum of that. This farmer will be buying a 10 rupees wala seed, and of course this will be going with a 50. Now we know that the economical condition, the financial condition of the farmer are not same throughout the country. So hence, right, the use of technology is one thing which will be helping. We have different techniques and the technology, right, but the farmers who have more money will be able to, right, will be able to generate more money because they are spending more money, right? So we have to find a balance, right? We have to find a balance. So the production practice, right? The production practice can be different at different level, right? We can go for no cost production, low cost production, or high cost production. I'm sure you have heard about these terms, everyone, right? I'm sure you would have heard about no cost production, right? Low cost production, and of course high cost production. Yes or no? Yes? Low cost production means there's no cost involved. भाई अपना खेत है, अपनी जमीन है, अपने आप ही मेहनत कर रहे हैं, अपने आप ही फावड़ा चला रहे हैं, अपने आप ही मिट्टी मिट्टी को तैयार कर रहे हैं, सीड्स डाल रहे हैं, एवरीथिंग इज वी आर डूइंग बाय आवरसेल्व्स, सो इट्स नो कॉस्ट प्रोडक्शन. लो कॉस्ट में ऑफ कोर्स वी यूजिंग सम टेक्निक्स, थोड़े से सीड्स महंगे लेके आ रहे हैं, राइट. एंड हाई में वी हैव गुड अमाउंट ऑफ मशीन्स, पैसे बहा रहे हैं हम गुड अमाउंट ऑफ सीड्स के ऊपर, एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा. चलिए, so we are clear with this, right? So this is important for us to understand. Now we are moving into the second topic, which is the crop production management. Again, what is the objective? Tell me, if you and me are the farmer, and if you are sitting in a forum, right? All of you are sitting on a forum now. Yes? Pragati, I will. Yes, I will add the Kalakand. आदित्य नहीं इग्नोर करी भाई, बिल्कुल नहीं. आई कैन सी दैट मेनी ऑफ यू टॉकिंग इंटरनली. भाई अपनी प्राइवेट बातें क्लास से बाहर जाके करो, है ना. इफ यू वांट टू सी इन क्लास, फोकस 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 फोकस. यस दृष्टि, सानिया, यस द्वारका, अनुष्का, वेरी गुड तनिष्का, यस. इंटरक्रॉपिक पे आएंगे बच्चे, आएंगे, वेलकम ओवर देयर. अक्सा, हाई, ओके. चलिए, व्हाट इज क्रॉप प्रोडक्शन मैनेजमेंट? क्रॉप प्रोडक्शन कैसे बना रहे हैं? इरिगेशन आ जाएगा इसमें, वेरी गुड, राइट. इरिगेशन विल बी कमिंग ओवर हियर. So let's talk about it. The objective of the crop production management is of course the higher yield at a very low cost and with the low maintenance altogether. In that we have three main topics. We have to find a way which is not very expensive, which is sustainable and which is good for the environment, right? We have to deal with nutrient, we have to deal with water and the cropping pattern. Now, we have three types of crop production management. How we can manage the production of it. We all know that water is very important. We all know that fertilizers and manures are very important, right? And we all know that we need to check the nutrient amount which is present in the soil. So based upon that, we can say that nutrient management become very, very important. We have the air that gives the carbon and the oxygen, water, hydrogen and oxygen. Soil where we have macronutrient which a plant require in a huge quantity, right? Macronutrient like nitrogen, calcium. And then of course we have, right? We have the micronutrient which require a small quantity like iron, magnesium, copper, etc. Now, if you talk about the manure, what is a manure? Now this I will be moving really very quick because this we have studied in class 8th. What is a manure? Very good, Aditya. NPK, important fertilizer. Nitrogen, potassium and phosphorus. Macro is a large quantity. Absolutely correct, Ishwari. Very good. It's an organic compound, right? We know that it contains large amount of the organic matter and also supplies a small amount of nutrient to the soil. Right? Of course, it is prepared by the decomposition of the waste from the kitchen or from the animal waste, and of course it is rich with the nutrient, right? This particular manure actually help in increasing the water holding capacity of the soil. Very good for the soil, right? So let's take a look everyone over here at the manure. It's an organic matter which is derived from the solid animal waste or the plant waste. We call them as manure. What is important, everyone? The organic matter. We need to mention the word organic matter. Then, what are the advantages of manure? If we will talk about, it enhances the water holding capacity, right? It makes the soil porous so that the water can easily move, right? And then we have it increase the friendly microorganisms, and most importantly, it improves the texture of the soil. Everyone, take a screenshot. Take a screenshot. Easy peasy question is super important, right? Very good, very good. धृति एंड दृष्टि, बच्चे नोट्स की बात अभी मत करो प्लीज. सोनिया आंसर दैट क्वेश्चन इन अ मिनट. हाँ, yes, yes, real Abhimanyu. Yes, organic. So what we are talking about the manure. Manure is made from the organic matter from the decomposition of the animal and the water and the plant waste. It enhances the soil capacity to hold water. It enhances the capacity of a soil to have friendly microbes, make the soil porous, and of course help in improving the soil texture also. Right? Now there is a difference. If we do this, if we take, let's suppose everyone, if I take kitchen waste and animal waste and if I dump them into a mitti, right? If I dump into a pit and if I cover it for 1 month, the product that I'll be getting out of it is the compost. What we have, it's a compost. Clear? Now, if I add these beautiful creatures, right now, if I add these beautiful creatures, red worms and the earthworm into the pit, where I have the animal waste and the plant waste, what will happen? We will call this as the vermicompost. That is the main difference. Vermicompost means we are using the earthworm. Compost means not using the earthworm. Clear? So when a compost is prepared by using the earthworm to fasten the process is called as the vermicompost. Clear? Clear, everyone? Okay. Very good. Okay, there's a question asked by Tripti. Ma'am, explain the wider adaptability. Wider adaptability means a plant should have a wider adaptability in terms of the temperature or water conditions. It should be able to adapt in different conditions. For example, if I have a, let's suppose a seed of a groundnut, it should be able to grow in different types of climatic conditions. So that is a wider adaptability that they are referring to. Tripti, I have answered your question. I hope that you got the answer. Chaliye. Then of course here everyone we have a new word which is a green manure. What is a green manure? Yes, they are known as the best friend of the farmers. What is a green manure, everyone? Can I give you an example? Examples may we have hemp plant, right, or the guar plant, right? These plants are what? These plants are basically छोटे crops, right? Yes. So what happens? These two plants are grown on a piece of land. For example, if I have this piece of land, I'll be growing hemp or I'll be growing the guava, right? Now these plants, when they are growing, right, we will cut them down. We'll do the cutting of these, right? Sun hemp, right? Right, sun hemp. Okay. So what will be the next step? Once I have the cutting part, right, I will plow them into the soil, or basically I will leave them into the soil. It's a type of plant. Diksha, it's a type of plant. Okay? So this green manure is actually made up of plants only. Right? Manure is made of the organic matters. But over here, the green manure is made up from plants. We have two plants which are very good for the soil, right? So what we do? We grow them, we cut them and we spread them on the soil. So that they can give the nutrition back. Are we clear? Easy peasy, right? It's very interesting phenomena, everyone. Very, very interesting phenomena. Ma'am, why the farm? I am not sure. Farm, yard manure grown in the farm? Yes. Clear? Okay, chaliye. Now everyone, let's talk about the disadvantages of manure. Of course, there are few disadvantages is that it lacks some essential nutrient, right? And it will not be able to provide all the nutrients that are required by the plant. Next, everyone, what we have fertilizers. Now, fertilizers are the man-made things, right? And they are made in the factories and they are very, very specific in their nature. They are inorganic. They are inorganic in nature. They are made in the factories. They are man-made. What they do, they actually increase the height of a plant, increase the yield also altogether. But these are chemicals that have a very harmful effect on the human body and the plant body if they are taking the pesticides. Sorry, if they are taking the fertilizer for a longer duration. So this is very, very important, everyone, for us to understand that even though we say there are a lot of advantages of the fertilizer, that they will be enhancing the fertility of the soil by providing primary nutrient, or they are very portable, they are very easily to store also, but still they're not that good for the environment, right? Even though it's a quick solution that will be giving us a high yield, it's not that great. Why it's not that great? Because it will be decreasing the soil fertility. It will be causing the water pollution, and it is very highly injurious to the health. I'm sure if you go out nowadays in the market, you will You will hear people saying, okay, this is the organic food, right? Free from any pest or free from any grown in a fresh water, grown in a proper soil, etc., etc. Diksha, 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 Diksha. Diksha, it's a plant. मैंने पहले भी बताया था आपको. It's a plant, बच्चे. Okay. Drishti, because see, they add a lot of nutrient back into the soil. When they eat the food and when they excrete out, right, basically that part help in increasing the fertility of the soil. Done? Are we clear with this? Example of fertilizer, NPK, the very, very famous fertilizers. NPK. Clear? NPK. Okay. Now let's talk about the organic farming. Organic farming, of course, minimal use or no use of the chemicals will be there and maximum of input of the organic matter. So organic farming is something which is booming nowadays, and I'm sure your parents will be telling, let's do some organic farming, or this is organic food that we are eating. The farming system, right, where we are using the organic farming will be helping in the using the organic manure. It is good for the environment, good for the crops. Recycle farm waste, the plants which have been there, right, we can reuse and recycle them. Then we have bioagent like microorganism that can naturally attack the pest. And we have healthier cropping system. So everyone, are we clear? Full form NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. Yes? Clear? Not sodium, bache. Phosphorus and potassium. हाँ, very good. Everyone, are we clear? Quick thumbs up. मैं बार-बार पूछती रहूँगी आप लोगों से. I hope that all of you are there with me. So with this, everyone, we are done with the nutrient management. I think 2 घंटे लगेंगे इस चैप्टर को खत्म करने में. I think we'll be able to finish this chapter by 7 o'clock. And then we'll take a break. चलिए. Now we are moving to the irrigation. Now water is very important. We know that water is super crucial. We have different ways through which the water can move, right? We have rainfall, river, canals, ponds, tube well and wells. All of these, right, are a different source of irrigation or different source of water to the plants. Now, if we talk about each of them individually, we have so many types. We can easily get the water, especially in village, right? We can get the water from wells, canals, lift system, and of course from the tank. What is the main source of irrigation in our country? Definitely the rivers. We depend so much on the rivers and on the rainfall. So if a land is very close to a river, that land will have a good yield, will have a good amount of water. But if a plant is actually growing in some remote area which does not have water, what will happen? The people needs to eat some food, right? So they will find a way that, okay, there's a line coming, there's a tube well that we have, and they will find a way to have a regular supply of the water, right? So we have wells. We know what are wells, right? We dug the wells, and of course we collect the water. We have canals from the river, right? From the river, there will be the many a canal that will be dividing the main river into the various directions altogether. So that the water can reach in different directions. Then of course we have river lift system. Now of course, where the canal flow is insufficient or irregular, we will see that we have a lift system. Water from the river is being drawn and of course added in that particular area. Last but not the least is a tank. Now we all know that tanks are there for the storage of the water, right? And this is a very, very important point for all of us to remember. So we know that manure and nutrient are very, very essential for the plants to grow healthy or to give us a high yield. And then of course we have irrigation, that is very, very important again. We know that if you don't have water, the plants will not be able to survive, right? So over here, if you take a look in a class 8, I'm sure you would have studied about the traditional and the modern method. Sprinklers and drip irrigation is a modern method. Okay? Everyone, are we clear up to here? Are we clear up to here? Yes, see, tube well over here. See? Right? Okay? Clear? So of course, well, when we talk about, we dug the hole in the ground, right? And what happened in the tube well, we have a water supply which is getting the water from a groundwater level. Okay, chaliye. Moving to the very important topic, everyone, that is the cropping pattern. Now we have three different types of cropping patterns which are there, right? And of course that is very, very essential. First, of course, everyone, what we have mixed cropping. What we have, everyone, we have mixed cropping. Now mixed cropping, what has happened? As the word suggests, we have mixed crops altogether. See over here, wheat plus gram. On the same piece of land, we are growing wheat also and gram also. We can grow wheat or mustard or groundnut and sunflower. So what is happening over here? Mixed cropping is nothing but where there is a growing of two or more crops simultaneously on the same piece of land. What happened? Even if the one plant is not working, right, or if it's not giving the yield, farmers still have one more backup option. That is mixed farming. Everyone, are we clear? Right, that is mixed farming. See over here we have the example. We can see big trees and then small trees in between. Right, we have coffee and areca nut. This is the coffee, right, and this is the areca nut. Yes? Then let's move to the intercropping. Now as the word suggests, intercropping is growing two or more crops together but in the same field in a definite pattern. In mixed cropping, the farming is happening on the same field but there's no pattern which has been followed. Whereas in intercropping, what we know that the farming is happening and there is a definite pattern. See over here we can see the example of ginger and the cauliflower. Yes? See over here, ginger and the cauliflower. So we can see that they have a definite pattern. We have 3 rows of cabbage, right? And then we have 1 row of ginger. See, 1, 2, 3, and it's a definite pattern in every lane. So intercropping is growing of 2 or more types of plant at once in a definite manner. Absolutely correct. Yes, clear? Now comes the last and the easiest one, right? What is the easiest one, everyone? Crop rotation. See what we have. We have corns. Corn की खेती हो रही है, फिर सोयाबीन की खेती हुई. फिर of course मिट्टी थोड़ी देर के लिए शांत है. Again the same cycle will be repeated. Now in the crop rotation, the rotation would actually help us to understand that there will be the rotation of the crops. One crop is coming now, the other crop will come later altogether. So what happens in the crop production? If we have to simplify, we will see that on a piece of land, if a plant is growing, what will happen? Of course, it will take the nutrient from the soil. It will take the water also from the soil. So, of course, it needs to give back, right? So, after the cutting of this plant, we will be growing leguminous plants like groundnut, right? Like leguminous plants, pea plant, leguminous plants. Right, we'll be growing them because they actually help in increasing the quality of the soil. They play a very important role in the nitrogen fixation. And from there, of course, they help in increasing the the soil fertility. Clear? So, when we talk about the crop rotation, right? We choose the legumes. Why? Because, right, we know that they, on their roots, they have the nodes. Inside these nodes, what we have? We have the bacteria that actually help in fixing the nitrogen. So indirectly, this will be providing the nutrient. Everyone, are we clear? Are we clear? Ma'am, growing of 2 plants having a different nutritional requirement. I didn't get that part, bache. We are growing 2 different parts, right? If the nutrients are taken by the corn, right? What will happen when we are growing the leguminous plant, soybean, it will be giving back the nutrient. Okay? Yes, Ashok weed is a undesirable plant which is growing along with the main plant. We'll do that tissue and fundamental unit of life. Chaliye everyone, how's the Josh up to here? Take a screenshot of this. Jaldi se take a screenshot of this. Very good, everyone. Chaliye. Now we're done with this. I hope that you have no doubts for me. Drink water in between, everyone. Drink water in between. And if you have some snacks, definitely you all can eat, right? The next topic we'll be discussing is the crop protection management. So you tell me now, what will be the things we'll be discussing in crop protection? Aditya, hopefully by 9 we'll be able to finish this. Right, hopefully by 9. Everyone keep on munching something. You should not feel low in energy. Yeah, we should have the marathon for SST also. We'll have. Don't worry. Okay. So we're done with two important things. We are done with the crop variety improvement and we're done with the crop production improvement. Now everyone, time for the last one, crop protection management. Anushka, nitrogen fixation occurs either by the microorganisms or of course by the lightning, right? You have studied this in class 8th. We have the nitrogen cycle, right? Good. बच्चे live classes होते हैं. Subscribe to the channel and go to the community post. You'll be able to see. Every day. कल भी है 9th class का, but of a different subject. Okay, चलिए. Now everyone, let's talk about crop protection management. What is crop protection management? Protecting the crop from pests, insects, protecting the crops from weeds that are taking their nutrition and competing with them. So what we use? We use insecticide, pesticides and the weedicides. So in protection, what all the things are coming? Insecticides, weedicides, pesticides. All of these things will be tackling the organisms that are causing the damage. Yes? Clear? Right? Then comes a very important part of the storage. Now storage is equally important because to protect the plant, we have to store them. Then of course we can store them in metal bins or in sack. And we have to store them in such a way that they cannot be attacked by pests like, of course, mouse over here, right? Microorganism and insect and the moisture. I'm sure you would have seen that your parents will be closing, right, the dal ka dabba and other things very tightly, right? They will be keeping that in airtight container. Yes? Yes or no? We know that if there is a moisture that will enter into the bottle, what will happen? They will start having the growth of microorganism, even though they're not visible. But eventually they'll grow in size. Yes? So we have seen that storage becomes really very important. Before the storage of the grains, right, of the seeds, they need to proper air dry. We need to properly air dry them so that there's no moisture in them, right? We should follow the technique of the fumigation, right? And we should be making sure that we are storing in such a way that none of these factors can damage our crops, right? We can add the neem, we can add some medicines into it. Sun drying is one of the important thing. Clear? All of you, are we clear? Yes, are we clear? Are we clear? Okay. Now, बच्चे nematodes, अच्छा, it's a type of, you don't, so nematodes, right, in the animal kingdom, we have such organisms, right, which have segmentation on their body, right, and they're very primitive in nature, right, so those organisms are called as the nematodes, right, it has a different organisms altogether. Chaliye. Okay everyone, you want break? Acha, do you want a break now? या फिर after the animal resource? या फिर after the animal husbandry? या फिर अभी break चाहिए? If you want to break now also, I can give you a break now also. Thank you, Nancy. Tanishka, is it? I think it's a plant. I think that you are what you're referring to. Okay, I see. You all of you are confusing me. Few of you are saying, "Ma'am, up to you." Few of you are saying, "Ma'am, now," and few of you are saying, "Ma'am, after the animal husbandry." I can see more of after wala thing. So everyone, let's do one thing. Now it's almost 6:30, right? Now it's almost 6:30. Can we meet at 6:35? Okay. Break time. We'll meet at 6:35 p.m. Okay. Okay. So we'll meet after this and we'll finish the chapter in one go. And then we'll move to the next chapter, that is tissue. Done? Chaliye. I'll see you on the other side, everyone. Yes, हो गया time and we are here. Okay, everyone. Yes, the break is over. Okay, chaliye everyone. Till now we have discussed about, call your friends. Yes. a little bit swelling on the leg, so that I thought I probably will sit and take the class. Don't want to put my legs into more trouble. Chaliye. Okay, everyone. So, abhi tak we have discussed about the plants, right? That how we can improve the plants, right? Because we know that majority, especially in a country like India, majority of the individuals depends on the plant for their main food resource, right? So we have discussed about the plants, and now we're focusing on the animals. Now in animals, when we talk about, we have different types of animal product that we get, right? We get the different types of products. Now, these animals product are definitely good for the health, and of course there is a proper procedures, right, that happens. There's a proper care that has been taken, proper diet, and there's proper hygienic condition that people has to maintain who are taking care of these cattle. And from there only they will be able to generate the product and of course sell it in the market and can eat. So the very important term, everyone, that we'll be discussing now is the animal husbandry. What is animal husbandry? It's very simple, everyone. It's a scientific management of the animal livestock. Very simple word may, it is nothing but a scientific management of the animal livestock. Now, can I ask you what is the meaning of livestock? Jaldi say. I'm sure you can do research and tell me what is the meaning of livestock. Easy word, right? Yes, Aditya. Yes, then मैं doorstep gaming. Oh, you're in 4th class. That's so sweet. Yes, very good, Ayushi. Yes, tell me what is the meaning of livestock. अरे बच्चे कम है क्या? और द जोश कम हो गया क्या बच्चों? अभी तो नींद भी नहीं आएगी, अभी तो सब 6:30 हुए हैं. Very good, cattles, right? Animals, very good. Animals. So basically animal husbandry deals with those animals, right, where of course there's a proper scientific management of these animals, livestock altogether. Clear? Right? Basically rearing of the cattle, rearing of the domestic animals, that will be giving them some benefit, right? When they will sell their products, right? they will get the benefit out of it, right? So it includes not just cattle, domestic animals, animals for the meat, fur, etc., etc. So all of that is a part of this. Chaliye. Now we are clear with what is animal husbandry, right? Let's talk about the different steps that we have. First important step in the animal husbandry will be what? Feeding animals, taking care of them, providing them shelter, and the breeding is very important. So all of these steps will be seen in all the categories that we'll be discussing now. Now, so these are the very important steps. The individual needs to feed the animals, needs to take care of the animals, their hygiene, needs to provide good shelter and should encourage the breeding also. Then we are clear with this part, and now let's take a look at the different types of animal husbandry subtopics we have. We have cattle farming, we have poultry, we have fishery, and we have beekeeping. So we're starting with the cattle farming, everyone, and here we go. Now in cattle farming, what are we discussing? We're discussing the cattle. We have milch animal. Now these animals are those animals which are the one which will be giving us the milk, right? Clear? So milch animals are those animals that are used for the milk. They will be producing the milk. So can we write over here? They are milk providing. Yes. Then we have another animal which are called as the draught animal. Now these animals, right, are used for the labor. Right? We can say that they are used for the labor. Of course, now in the modern technology, not everywhere we are using the draught animals. In the interior parts only we'll see that. Okay? We have milch animal. What is, right? What is milch over here? The animals that will be producing the milk. The cattle that will be producing the milk are called as a milch animal. Right? We have draught animal that are used for the labor. Now between that we have a dual purpose also sometime. Right? There are times when we have dual purpose altogether. So let's take a look everyone at the first, the draught breed of the cattle. Right? So in the draught breed we have three. Draught breed was the one, which one? That is used for the human, basically for the labor, right? The humans will be using them in the farming or in a bullock cart and other places where they can get the benefit, and then they can use the strength of the animal. So we have Khilhari, Kangyam, right, and Halikar, right? All of these are the Indian breeds, right? And they're the draught breeds of cattle. So basically these were used in the farming. Clear everyone? Yes? Very good, very good. Okay, chali. Then of course let's talk about the milch animal. Right, now these animals that provides the milk. We have cow, buffalo and the goat over here. Now of course when we talk about these, right, milk is definitely one of the important product that we get from cow and buffalo and from goat and from camel also. So the milk production depends upon the duration of the lactation period. That is nothing but the duration or the period of the milk production after the birth of the calf, right? Now cattle farming is not that easy, right? We know that they needs to do various things to make sure that the animal is happy and is healthy. So let's discuss everyone on the Indian geographical map, right? What we have, just not the geographical map I would say, on the map of India, we have various indigenous dairy breeds that we have. Now these are the breeds that are present in our country. They are local, they are native to our country. We have Sahiwal, right? The origin goes to the Pakistan, but of course it's there in our country also, right? Then we have Red Sindhi, Sindh region. Then we have Gir cow, right, in Gujarat. So these are the cows that we have. Everyone, I would request all of you to stay focused, right? And this is very important. Very, very important, everyone. We are discussing about the cows over here. So we have Sahiwal, Red Sindhi, and we have Gir. Know where the location of these are, right? Clear? So these are the good native, breeds of the cows that we have. Then we have different varieties of buffaloes also. We have Murra in Haryana. Can you see over here? They give approximately 1,500 to 2,500 kilo milk per lactation period. So in the one lactation period, right, they're producing good amount of milk. Then we have Mehsana, right, which is 1,200 to 1,500 kg milk. Then we have Surti, again in Gujarat, 1,000 to 15,000 kg. Sorry, 1,000 to 1,500. So we can see that the indigenous breeds that we have are good. They can easily produce a good amount of the milk. Now, let me ask you a question. Now we know that we have a cow, right? Somewhere in the cow, right, where we have that cow is actually producing 4,000 kg, or it should be liter only, liter of milk, right? I want this cow to come to our country, right, and I want to breed it so that we can have more milk production, right? Do you think that it's possible? Of course it's possible. We can get the exotic variety, exotic breeds to our country, and if we cross them with the Indian variety, which has, let's suppose, which has the greater temperature resistance or can easily adapt, right, more temperature tolerant. So what will happen? We can have a hybrid over there that will be able to produce a good amount of the milk and can sustain in the Indian climatic condition. We can do that by hybridization. Very good. Everyone, are we clear with this? So, when we're talking about the Indian breeds, let's talk about the exotic breeds, and then we will move to the hybridization. So, we have Brown Swiss, Jersey, Holstein. All of these are not the Indian varieties, right? They are the exotic varieties. They were introduced in our country, right? So, let's take an example, everyone. If we have the Holstein, right, it has a high milk yield. Gives a good amount of milk, right? And if we cross it with the Gir cow, which is disease resistance, that means that it can protect itself from the various diseases. And we will get what? We will get Giro Lando, right? Giro Lando. So, of course, very interesting name we have. Now, this cow, this hybrid will have both the desirable characteristic features from both these cows. Are we clear? Are in exotic varieties, right? In this, we're talking about the varieties which are coming to our country or which are brought to our country, but they are not of the real origin. Yes? Clear? Okay. Yeah, I have specs. Yes, and the camera is over here and I'm looking like this. It's a cow. Hema, it's a cow. That's good, Shaurya, that's good. Okay. Yes, you have to remember these. You don't have to remember the lactation period, but you have to remember the name. You have to remember the name, okay? Ma'am, is the lactation period is time when the calf is born until the cow? Yes. So lactation period, right? Lactation period is a period in which the cow will be or the buffalo will be producing the milk for the baby, for the calf. And once the lactation period is done, right? Then of course the milk production will stop. Done, everyone? Chaliye. Now let's move to the fodder. Now we're talking about the food, right? We know that they need to get the food properly. There has to be maintenance. Proper maintenance should be there. Proper food should be given, right? And of course, proper care is also needed. If we talk about the food, right, we need to provide them roughage as well as the concentrate. Gram husk, oil seed cake, straw, hay and fodder. All of these are a good quality products, especially in terms of food, right, that are used for the animals, and they are very, very important also. Yes. If the animals are not eating healthy, they will not be able to produce the milk, right? So if we want to increase the production of the milk, we should provide the animals with a good quality food. Yes? Clear? Yes. Anil, concentrate over here means less of fiber. See, in roughage we have more fiber. We have more fiber. And in concentrate, it's less fiber. Okay? Done? Yes, we have more fiber. Sorry. Yeah, we have more fiber in the roughage and we have less fiber in the concentrate. Are we clear? Yes. Are we clear? Yes, everyone, are we clear with this? What is fodder? The food for the animals, right? The crops. Okay. Oil seed cake, it's a type of food that is used for the animals. No, it does not. It does not have any side effects. Fiber does not have any side effects. Okay. Now we know that we need to protect them, the cattle, right? We need to provide them in a very clean and proper shelter. Acha, how many of you have been to a Gaushala? Tell me, where the cows are kept. How many of you have been there? How many of you have seen a place where, the animals, like cows and buffaloes, who gives us milk, right, or the goat are kept? I'm sure you would have seen a Gaushala, right? They have proper shelter, open space, they have the roof, and of course in the inside the rooms are very open, right? Yes, and there's a proper cleaning. There's a proper cleaning of the bodily waste, the undigested food that they produce. Proper cleaning or washing them properly, giving them the medicines, right? So all of these things are very, very important. So here we have Okay, chaliye. Now comes the vaccination part. Vaccination is equally important because cattle also suffer from various diseases. Athlete foot is one of them. Sorry, not the athlete's foot. Can anyone tell me which disease I'm talking about? Athlete's foot is a different one, but there's one disease which is caused. Foot and mouth disease. I'm sure we all have studied that, right? Foot and mouth disease. So, what happens that as these are living organism, right? As they are living organism, they can get infected by the microorganism. Hence, vaccination is really very important for them and the medicines become really very important. Okay? Then, let's move ahead everyone. Let's talk about the National Dairy Development Board. We have Dr. Curie. I'm sure you know him. He is called as a father of the White Revolution, right? What he did actually, he understood that there is a need to increase the production of the milk. There's a huge demand of the milk, right? And there's a high time to increase the production of the milk. So he studied the White Revolution. And that's how we saw the increase in the milk production in our country. Clear? All of you? So in a very simple word, everyone, you need to understand, if any of these, right, you need to understand, you have to write about shelter. You can write about vaccination. You can write about food. You can write about variety and hybrids. Right? And yes. So in any of the cattle farming, poultry, fishery, right? These are things that we should focus. But probably not in beekeeping and in fishery, we'll not be able to focus this much. But yeah, these are the basic things that we have to remember. Yes, cleaning, yes. Shelter mein, yeah, hygiene. Hygiene. Okay? Yes. Here we have. Yeah. Right, Dr. Varghese Curie. Viksha, here we have the name. Everyone, are we clear? Come on, come on. We just need to finish this chapter and we'll be done with it. Chaliye. Now, we spoke about the White Revolution. We have Yellow Revolution for the mustard seeds and for the sesame seeds for the oil production. Then we have Blue Revolution for the fishes. And very recently, everyone, we have a revolution which is purple. Right? This is for the lavender flower. Because now if you see, everywhere we have lavender flower products. We have lavender tea, we have lavender powders, we have lavender cream, etc. etc. Now lavender flowers actually have a power to calm the system down, right? Basically it's a very relaxing, it has a very relaxing kind of aroma and people usually use it, right? So looking at the market, the Indian government understand that it's very crucial for them also to have a business in that particular sites, and hence there was a launch of the Purple Revolution. Clear everyone? Chaliye. Now from the cattle farming, everyone, we'll move to the poultry farming. Yes. Okay. Now the poultry farming includes the raising of the domestic fowl for the egg production or for the chicken production. We have chicken, we have geese, we have duck, and we have turkey. So all of these birds, right, will be able to help us in providing the egg, and of course people eat the meat also. Yes, same Tanmay. Thank you, Shaurya. Yes, Ritesh. We don't have the menti bache today. We don't have the menti. So poultry farming, what we have the domestic fowls, right? The birds that we have, and they will be providing us the milk. Sorry, they will be providing us with the egg and the meat. What are the different varieties we have over here? We have chicken, duck, turkey, and the geese. In that also we have two types. We have layers and we have boilers, right? Layers, as the word layer is there, they are the one who will be laying the eggs, right? They are laying the eggs, and then of course, right? And then of course we have the boilers, right? We have the boilers which will be giving us the meat. Okay. So Sumita bache, that is a two different class, right? This is for class 9th and that is for class 10th. There should be no issues. Okay, chaliye. So we have the layers who will be laying the eggs, and of course boilers will be using them as a meat. Now we want desirable characteristic features. Here we have the hybridization, everyone. Number and the quality of the chicks is very important. Then draft boilers parents for the commercial chick production. Then we have summer adaptation capacity. They should be able to tolerate the high temperature, right? Then of course they should have low maintenance requirement and should be in the reduction of size of the egg laying bird with the ability to utilize more fibrous, cheaper diet formulated with the agriculture byproducts. So these are the desirable quality, right? These are desirable trait. For example, if you and me are planning to open a poultry farming, right? We should be considering these things. Okay, I want to start a poultry farming, but of course I should know that these are the things I should be looking for. Okay. Now, moving ahead to this part where we discuss about the indigenous variety, the Indian varieties that we have over here is Asil or Asli we bolte hain, Asil, right? Asil and Kadaknath, right? Kadaknath. So of course they are the native variety of our country. Okay, point 2 over here is that draft boilers, the boilers, right, who gives a meat, right? Though the smaller one, right, are used for the chick production. Yes, to make basically for the reproduction purpose. Clear? Yes. In a very simple word, everyone, we should have a good number and a good quality of chicken. So after the reproduction, it should be able to produce good chickens, good chicks, right? Then the draft boilers, the one who provides the meat, right? If we have a draft parent in that can be used for the chick production. Then they should have a high tolerance of the temperature. They should have low maintenance, right? And they should be, the egg laying birds, right, should be able to utilize should be able to survive on a very less fibrous, cheaper diet. Okay? Veerpal, we don't have the quiz. Okay. Then we have the exotic breed, everyone. Yes, all of you were saying in the beginning, yes. We have white leghorn from the Italy and we have Rhodes Island Red from the USA. So if we want to, hybridize, if you want a hybrid, which is a good quality, right, large size, which is very difficult to handle over here, right, this one, and small size, easy to handle, good meat producer but poor layer, but good meat producer and layer also. So what we can do, we have these desirable characteristic features, right, we can actually cross them together. And after this cross, what will happen? We'll get a desirable qualities. Clear, everyone? That will be helping us to increase the production of the eggs and the meat. Easy peasy. अरे बच्चों, अब real अभिमन्यु क्यों हंस रहे हो बच्चे? Tripti, I'll explain you that. Aisha. Yes, Pragati. Focus, Aditya. Don't fight. Daksh. Yash. Everyone give me a quick thumbs up. Bhai, hum aap hi ke liye hain. I am here for you. Right? So don't feel that I'm not here. We are all here with you so that we can study. So everyone focus in the class. Okay. See over here we have the layers, which is like the Leghorn and Minorca. In the boilers we have Cochin and Asil, right? So these are the different varieties we have in our country, the native varieties. Then we have the hybrid varieties. We have the exotic one over here, right? The Leghorn, if we cross it with the Asil, right, gives a good amount of meat, we'll have a Leghorn Asil hybrid. Yes, such an easy thing, right? Finishing the chapter, 1 minute. Not 1 minute, yeah, in some time. Yeah, Ishwari, we do that. The hybridization is possible in animals too. Okay. Now everyone talking about the food, what they eat the different types of grains all together, right? And they are susceptible, right? Yes, right? They are very susceptible to various diseases also that needs to be taken care of. Moving to the second last one, everyone, the fishery. Now I think many of you have doubt. Bachcho, jaldi, I need your support. Chaliye, what is fish farming? Easy. Rearing of the aquatic organism like fish, prawn, crabs, squid and other molluscans for the food or for the other purposes, we call it as a fish farming. Now in fish farming, we'll be focusing not just on the fish, but on different other organisms, right? We have prawns, we have crabs, we have squids, etc. So now let's talk about the fish farming, right? Fish farming or the aquaculture. Now, if you talk about the capture fish farming is the one first topic that we have over here. What is capture fish farming? The word capture, right? I know, Bhavesh, I really want to make it short, but you all have doubts also, so I don't know. Yes, chaliye. What is capture fish farming? Of course, capture fish farming is where we are capturing the fish, right? Going into the waters, deep water, in the ocean, and could be the fresh water. But mostly we are going into the ocean water to capture the fish, right? And then of course we have another, which is the culture fish farming. We are culturing the fish at a one particular place. Backwaters may, right? Clear? Yes? Clear everyone? Now, over here in the culture fish farming, we can broadly divide it into two types, right? Which is the fresh water fishery and marine water fishery. Fresh water fishery, what we'll do, we'll be actually, protecting a land. We will be doing it in a fresh water like river or a pond. Whereas the marine water fishery, we will be focusing on the marine water. And at both of these, everyone, it's very important for us to understand that they have different types of fishes and different types of organism. So hence the breeding requires and hence the care requires a very different sense. Now if we talk about the fish production, right, we have fin production, we have different types of fishes, right? And in the marine fishery, the mass capturing happens where the, where the people will be going into the deep ocean and will be collecting these fishes, right, with the, like a mesh like this, right? Now they'll be using the advanced technology to see where we have a pool of, where there's a bunch of the fishes all over there. If we take a look at our country, right, you know that this part, India's huge part is actually at the coast area, right? From Gujarat, then we have Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Orissa, Andhra Pradesh, right? Then of course we have the West Bengal. So we know that, yes, we have so many people who are dependent on the ocean for the food. Yes, and it is a good amount. It is a good source of protein also. So, yes, so we know that this is very, very important. So in marine fishery, what are the animals we are using? It goes out. We have so many animals, so they caught them and they use them as a food. So we have pomfret, right, mackerel, then we have tuna, all of these fishes, right? Marine fish varieties are these. These are the marine fish varieties that are found in the sea water. Then school of a fish. Yeah, thank you for that. Then we have mullets, bhekti and pearl spout also. These again are the few of the fishes that are there. Along with that, these have a very high economical value in the market. If these fishes are in the market, they'll be selling at a very higher price. So in fish production, what are we discussing? Marine fishery. In that we have discussed how it's been done, right? And of course it used a very advanced technology on locating the school of the fishes. Yes, as inland fishing. Fishery is a very broader topic, right? Capturing is happening, and if you're going, and if we are, rearing them or breeding them in a one particular place. Chali. Okay. The reason is very high because first, they have a good amount of nutrition, right? The size, or probably from where they are coming, right? It's very difficult for the individual to get it. Heads. Okay. Now, everyone, let's talk about the, yes, this is marine culture, right? As the marine fish stocks is further depleting, the demand of the fish can be only met by the fish culturing, right? And of course, we call it as a marine culture. Okay. Now, everyone, this is inland fishery. See over here. So if this is my house, if I have a small pond, what I can grow? I can actually grow various different types of fishes, right? In canals, in ponds, and in water, right? But of course, the yield will not be that great. Now, in the inland fish, everyone, please do take a note of the examples. Everyone note the example. We have rohu, fresh water. We have katla, rohu, katla. grass, crab, all of these, right? And common carp. Clear? So all of these are the example. Backwaters. So I'll tell you what are backwaters. So when the ocean water, right, when the ocean water enters a small place, right, it forms a backwater. Chaliye. So everyone, we have discussed about the inland fishery and the marine fishery. Now we have aquaculture, which is nothing but the breeding and raising and the harvesting of the fish at one particular place, right? Aquaculture means broader in harvesting fish, shellfish and other aquatic plants at one place, right? That is nothing but the aquaculture. In composting farming, everyone, this is very interesting because this is done on a very smaller scale where we are actually mixing the fishes with the other animals, two type of different fishes, one type of different fishes. So we have varieties over here, right? We have different types of varieties that we have. So fish culture is something which is done of the rice crop also, right, in the paddy field so that it can help. Composting farming, everyone remember this, that many fishes can breed at one time and especially during the monsoon. A major problem that we face is the lack of the good quality seeds, right? So what we do, we actually breed them in a very controlled environment and using the hormones to stimulate them. Okay, that's all about the fishery. Yes, that's all about the fishery. Now I can see a lot of you have doubts. Now I'll be answering your doubts, everyone. I know यश नहीं पढ़ना है पर अब पढ़ रहे हैं तो अच्छे से पढ़ते हैं ना. Integrative fishery will have the combinations, बच्चे. Inland में we're just talking about one particular place. Pisciculture and there was one more. What is the meaning of pisciculture? हाँ, चैप्टर खत्म कर रही हूँ. Brackish water. So for example, अगर ये ocean है, right? Let's suppose if this is the ocean, right? And if there's a small place through which the water is coming, and this will be getting accumulated over here. Yes, this becomes the brack water. It will have a good amount of fishes and other things. The backwaters, right? In Kerala, I'm sure you would have seen people saying we are going to the backwaters. Nice, Ayushi. So tell us, what is pisciculture? What is pisciculture? What is hormonal stimulation? By providing the hormones, right, and changing their level, right, for the reproduction or their quality. Okay, everyone. Moving to the last topic, which is the bee farming. Easiest topic, everyone. And from here, you have to remember the names. Bee are very, bee gives us honey, and right, and we all love honey. Not me, but yeah, we have that. Yes, bee culture is pisciculture. Very good. So, when we are practicing the rearing and the caring and of course taking care of the honey bee on a larger scale, we call it as a beekeeping. And it is not called as pisciculture. Right? मैंने एक बार बोल दिया. I just read the comment. It's not the pisciculture. It's the apiculture. Right? It's the apiculture. Apiculture is for the fishes. Please pisciculture mat lekke aana. It will be wrong. Apiculture. Okay? Now, what in the beekeeping, right, we understand that it needs a very huge farm where there's a flowers so that the bee can go and can collect the nectar. So there is a huge requirement for it. We have the apiaries of the bee farms that will be taking care of this requirement. They are usually at a very outside the city in a very huge farm where there is a good amount of flowers that they have grown, and of course they have good varieties of other plants also nearby. This is really very important for the honey production. Now what happens, the bee will be going to the different flowers, collecting the nectar and will be coming back into their hive, right? And then slowly they'll start producing the honey. So we know that, right, that honey is very important, so it's have a lot of economical importance. If you talk about the bee, over here we have a queen bee which has a lifespan of 2 to 7 years. Now it's a very huge sized bee, right? And each hive will have one queen bee, right? And she's the one who lays the egg for the next generation. Then we have a worker bee who will be working throughout, will be making the food, they will build the hive, they will garden, they'll do everything. They are the workers. And then of course we have the drone that goes out. They are the male bees and they do not work, they just mate with the queen bee. Clear? So if we take a look at the honey, right? So we have this over here. Everyone, it's a cycle, so let's just focus over here. Queen will be laying the eggs in a broad cell, like in this particular place, right, where they have made their beehive, right? Inside that they'll be laying their eggs. Then of course the worker bees, right, will be feeding the larva. They will be providing the food to the larva. Now the larva will grow into a mature phase, and of course what will happen? Ultimately they will become the pupa, and of course they will be develop into the adult bee. Okay, this is not there in your textbook. Skip that part. This is there, everyone. Please take a screenshot of it, and I'm sure you already have, right? So what we have over here, we have different types of bee. We have Indian bee, which is the Apis, right? Epi word is very important. Everyone should remember the epi word over here, right? Epi, Carina indica. We have Epi dorsata, right? Rock bee. Epiflora, right? Little bee. Then we have Epi mellifera, Italian bee. This is a question which is usually asked. Okay? Done? Ma'am, does it has the economical value? Haan, bache. Honey has definitely, right? I'm sure you would have seen organic honey, right? Properly grown from the, in a very organic way. Yes? Ishani, climate chapter is there, I guess. Don't worry, we'll do that. I think we have it. Yes, Chinu, we'll do that. So everyone, with this, we are done with this chapter. Everyone, let's clap for us. After 2 hours, we're done with this chapter. We started at 5 and it's 7:12 now. Okay. Everyone, are we clear? Chaliye. Next chapter की तरफ जल्दी से बढ़ते हैं. We have taken the break, so we will not be needing break now. Next chapter that all of you have selected was the tissues. Right? So we'll start with the tissues and then we will be dealing with the fundamental unit of life. That's a very easy chapter, so don't worry about that. Chaliye, everyone, are you ready? Are you ready? I know that your brain is... Why your brain is going round and round? Break chahiye? Do you need the break? I don't think you need the break. Rasgulla. No. You don't need the break, right? Good. See, I think if you support me, we will be able to finish the tissues part really very soon. Because in tissues, we don't have anything theory, right? It's the fact. Either you know it or you don't know it. So I'll be asking you questions, and if you answer those questions, right, we'll move ahead really quickly. Chaliye. Preetam, we will get the notes of the yesterday's session in the Telegram. I have not shared now. I'll share it after the class. Okay? Chaliye. Achha, what are tissues, everyone? Jaldi say. Now I want to see that how you will be typing. Yes, everyone. Ta-da-da. Chaliye, everyone. Yes. Right? What are tissues? Fareen, we'll try our best to finish our session by 9. We'll try our best to finish the session by 9. Okay, chaliye. Let's try, Abhimanyu. Let's try that. Tissues, everyone. Tissues, we know that are nothing but a group of cells, right? The group of cells which have a very similar structure and sometimes similar function. They come together and of course they help. It's not that they are always similar. We can see that there are some tissues which have different types of cells also. So the tissues plays a very important role, right? There are a group of cells that could be similar or dissimilar and they have a specific function. Now, when we talk about the level of the organization, we know that cells will be forming the tissues. When cells will join together, they will form the tissues. Tissues will form the organ the organ system, and ultimately we have the organism. Now, take a note of this, everyone. Tissues for definition. It is a group of cells having similar shape and function that act together to specify function and is known as tissue. Easy peasy, right? Now, in this particular chapter, we'll be discussing about two types of tissues, right? Plant tissues and the animal tissue. Now, both of these are very, very important, right? And of course, they're different from each other. Plant and the animal tissue are different from each other. Why? Because, of course, we know that they have their own different requirements, right? Please ask your doubt. Please write your doubt. If you have any doubt, please write over here. So, we know that they're different, right? Plants grow throughout the year, whereas of course in the animals we don't have that, right? So we know that there's a difference. Plants do not show locomotion, but animals do show the locomotion. So we definitely need a tissue that will be helping in the movement. So we have a lot of difference in the plant and the animal tissue. We will be dealing everyone in detail with the plant tissues first and then with the animal tissue. In plant tissue we have what? Meristematic tissue and the permanent tissue. Now everyone, I'm starting the rapid fire. Are you up for the rapid fire? Locomotion means change in the position. Right? For example, if I am moving from this point to this point, that is locomotion. That is locomotion. Kalpana. Are you ready for the rapid fire, everyone? I'll be asking you the question and then based upon that, we'll see how much time we need to spend. Chaliye. Okay, what is the rapid fire? I'll be asking the questions. Chaliye. Okay. Meristematic tissues are dividing tissues or non-dividing tissues? Batao, batao. Meristematic tissues are the tissues that divides or not divide? Yes, very good. Dividing tissues. So we know that meristematic tissues are the dividing tissues, right? And they are present at the tip of the root and the shoot, where we'll see the continuous growth. These cells will keep on dividing, and because of that only the plant will grow in the size, right? So they have the dividing power. Now the cells of the meristematic tissue, right, are the one that have dense cytoplasm, they have prominent nucleus, they lack vacuole, they actively divide, and of course they have a thin cellulose wall. All of these are the important characteristic feature, everyone. Please do pay attention to that. Yes. I know, yes, we can finish these two chapters really very quickly, right? We will do that. Chaliye. So everyone, now let me ask you the question. Apical meristem is present where? Right? Very good. You all are already answering. Okay, chaliye. Now everyone, we have three different types of meristematic tissue. We have apical meristem, intercalary, and we have the lateral meristem. The location is over here, right? Apical meristem is present at the tip of root and the shoot. Intercalary present between the nodes and the internodes in the plant, right? Bamboo is an example over here. Then we have lateral, which is seen in the stem and in the roots, which actually help in increasing the girth of the plant. Now, apical meristem is responsible for the elongation or for the extension of the shoot and of the root. Intercalary plays a very important role in the vertical elongation. I'm sure you would have seen a bamboo, right? Bamboo, aap sabne dekha hoga, a bamboo plant. Of course, we have these, and these are the nodes, right? From here, we'll be able to see the growth of it. So that's the intercalary meristematic tissue. The last one is the lateral meristematic tissue, and of course, we'll see the girth ka development. The diameter of the plant will be increasing. So over here, everyone, we have the different types of meristematic tissues and their function. Yes, both elongation and extension are same kind of over here. Yes, but elongation is just elongating. Extension means it's moving ahead also. Clear? Everyone, are we clear? Chinu, I'll ask Ashwarya ma'am to take care of that. Okay? Chaliye. हाँ, प्रगति. चलिए. Hello, Aman. We're clear with this, right, everyone? Acha. Now everyone tell me that we have meristematic tissue, right? And these meristematic tissues actually divide and convert them into a cells which will not be dividing. What we call them as? What we call them? After the differentiation process, after the meristematic cells will stop dividing, they will take up a specific function and they will not divide further. What we call such tissues as? Very good, everyone. We call them as a permanent tissue. So the process of attaining permanent shape, size and a function, we call it as differentiation. The cells of the meristematic tissue, right, will go into the function of the differentiation. They will grow in size, develop a specific shape, they'll have the organelles and they will have perform a specific function, and then they will become the permanent tissue. In permanent tissue, everyone, we have the two different types. We have simple and we have the complex permanent tissue. Now, quickly everyone quickly name the simple permanent tissue. The three simple permanent tissue. Jaldi everyone. Do name the three simple permanent tissue. Very good, Pragati. Parenchyma, collenchyma and sclerenchyma. Yes, Sony, my birthday is on 12th of October. Simple permanent out of two types. Three types, Yash. Parenchyma, collenchyma and sclerenchyma. So let's start with the parenchyma, collenchyma and sclerenchyma, everyone. Starting with the parenchyma first. Now parenchyma are the ones that store. This is very, very interesting, everyone. So parenchyma provides the structural support and storage of the material. If you take a look at the parenchyma, right, you can actually see that they are the round or the oval shaped cells. They are very, very thin cell wall, right? Dense but a very small nucleus, large vacuole because they will be storing food, right? So they need a big vacuole for the storage, and they lack intercellular. They have large intercellular space. So between the parenchyma cells, right, we will be able to see the gaps. Now simple permanent tissue, everyone, we have the tissues which are made up of same cell, which are made up of the same cell. Okay. Location is present in the soft part of the plant. Wherever we have the soft part, we have that, right? Along with that, we know that parenchyma have two different varieties also, and there are other varieties you'll be learning in your higher classes. We have chlorenchyma and erenchyma, right? Based on the shape of the cell, right? Based on the cell in the tissue, right? We have different types of parenchyma, and this is one of the two of over here. We have chlorenchyma. Chlorenchyma means chloro word is there. So basically this will have a dumb, abundance of the chloroplast. It will have good amount of chloroplast cells into it. Sorry, chloroplast, not the cell, chloroplast into it, right? It performs the photosynthesis. Then on the other side, we have erenchyma, everyone. What we have the erenchyma, which have a large air cavity, and because of that, it provides the buoyancy to the plants so that they can float on the water. Clear? Yes, it actually helps the aquatic plants to float. Easy peasy. Yes, everyone, it's easy peasy, right? Very good. Right, everyone? Chaliye. Now the next one is a collenchyma. Now collenchyma, everyone, right, is a very important type over here. Because of the collenchyma only, plants can move like this. They have the high flexibility, and that is the reason why the leaves in the branch don't break, right? They have the flexibility. The characteristic features of the collenchyma is that they have a long, and they are the living cell, right? They have thick cell wall, they have irregular thickening at the corners, we can see this part, right? And they have very less intercellular space. So parenchyma and collenchyma are living cells, right? They have thick corners. You can see over here they have thick corners. Location is found on the leaf stalk, right? Location, where we have on a leaf stalk, right? And at the stem, that's how they are kind of connected, and that's how they just move. And the main function is to provide the flexibility to the tendrils and to provide the mechanical support. So collenchyma is again very important. Collenchyma and parenchyma are very are living cells, right? They have the living cells, whereas the other one that we'll be discussing now, the sclerenchyma, is dead, has dead cells, right? Clear? Sclerenchyma is dead. So it have long and narrow and dead cells, right? Have thick lignified walls. So of course lignin, right? Lignin is a chemical substance which is secreted. Excuse me, everyone. Yeah. So we have the we have the sclerenchyma, right? Sclerenchyma what is happening? Yes, everyone stay focused. So they have lignin, which is a chemical that actually spread out cells, right? And it surrounds the cells of sclerenchyma and it becomes dead, right? So it has a very narrow lumen, very narrow space inside it, and of course have no intercellular space. This is very, very crucial. Present in the hard coat of the seed, right? I'm sure you would have seen walnut, coconut ka cover, walnut ka cover, all of these, right? The seeds that we have in guava. And if you have, if you eat pear, right, I'm sure you will feel that there is something, you know, granular structure, right? It's not very smooth. It has a little bit of texture. All of that is because of the sclerenchyma. So over here, everyone, it definitely provides the strength, and of course, right, it made the seed coat and of course the other husk of coconut also. Very good. Chaliye. And in that we have two types. We have sclerites and we have fiber. Okay, you'll be learning about them in the higher classes. Sclerites, if I just tell you, they are the small, like they are the, they have a very narrow lumen, right? And fiber we usually see in xylem and parenchyma. Chaliye, everyone, are we clear up to here? Why I feel that you all need a break. Huh? I don't know why I have a feeling that all of you need a break. किसी को पढ़ाई नहीं करनी है. किसी को पढ़ाई नहीं करनी है, बस सबको बातें करनी है. Yes, Ripti. Sclerites is also called as stone cell. Yes, everyone. Chaliye. Okay. Ishwari, it's a layer that surrounds the basically our so basically it's a layer of a cells that surround the sheet of the roots and the stem, right? Bahar mein we have the boundary of it. हाँ भाई मैं स्कूल टीचर की तरह बोलूँ तो कैसे चलेगा? Yes, Ripti, you will be learning that in the muscle contraction, right? Sacrolemma, you will learn this in the, you know, how the muscles work in the muscle contraction. Yes, Ishani, I do teach SST also. Chaliye, everyone, chaliye, let's move ahead. So we're done with the simple permanent tissue. How's the energy? How is the energy in the class? I hope that all of you are paying attention to it, bachche. Chaliye, jaldi se. Okay. Do you think that we'll be able to finish this chapter by 8? Right? We'll be able to finish this chapter by 8 for sure. आराम से खत्म कर देंगे, है ना? चलिए. Let's talk about the complex permanent tissue. Now, complex permanent tissue, we have two types. We have xylem and we have phloem. Xylem, what we have 4 important components. We have tracheids, right? They are dead cells. They are end-to-end continuous channel. They are, right? And from there only, the water movement occurs. The walls are lignified and they provide the mechanical support. They are dead cells. Vessels are also dead, right? And the free flow water will be moving through it. And of course, they are also lignified. They have the lignin around them. Yes. Then we have parenchyma. The only living cell that we have in the xylem is a xylem parenchyma that plays a very important role in the storage, right? Then last but not the least, xylem fiber. Fiber, everyone's sclerenchyma wala fiber, right? So then it actually involved in the water transportation and provide the mechanical support. Xylem के बारे में what we'll remember, it help in the conduction of water and minerals. Water and minerals की conduction में which plays a very important role, xylem. And the flow is, everyone tell me, in xylem the flow is unidirectional or bidirectional? Yes, the flow is unidirectional or bidirectional. Very good. It's the unidirectional, right? It's the unidirectional. Very good. Only in one particular direction. That's all about the xylem. If you talk about the phloem now, phloem help in the translocation of the food. Now it is different from the xylem. Now in the phloem we have bidirectional flow. That means that in both the direction the molecules of the food will be moving, right? It helps in the translocation. Translocation word we especially use for the phloem. It actually helps in the movement of the food. Now it also have various different components. It has sieve tubes. We can see over here the elongated cells. They are joined end to end, and of course we have in between. They have these, can you see this? They have those chunni, sieve that actually allow the molecules to move in and out. Then we have companion cells who provide the great support to the sieve tubes, right? And they help in controlling various activity. Then of course we have parenchyma. It's a living cell. Sieve tubes and companion cells are also living cell, right? Then last one, fiber is not living. So in xylem we have 3 dead cells and 1 living cell. In phloem it's opposite. We have 3 living cells and 1 dead cell. That is the fiber. Everyone, so can we sum it up if we have this chart with us? Tell me. Yes, real Abhimanyu? Ma'am, plant can prepare their food. Then what is the requirement of the translocation? हाँ, अरे Abhimanyu, in leaves में they are making their food, right? But stem, flowers, fruit cannot make their own food. So there has to be the movement of the food, right? Right? There have to be a movement. So food is made in the kitchen, in a case of plant, in the leaves, right? And from there it travels to the different parts of the plant. Clear? Abhimanyu, I hope that bache you have the clarity now. Yes. Roots also. Goes the nutrient, they also receive the nutrition. Okay. Chaliye everyone. Yes. So what we have discussed about over here, we have discussed about the meristematic tissue and the permanent tissue. Right? Meristematic tissue mein we have apical, intercalary and lateral. Permanent mein we have simple and the complex, right? Then of course we have one more type which is the protective tissue, right? We have another type which is the protective tissue, and that we'll be discussing about epidermis, right? And the cork. So let's talk about the epidermis. Now, the protective tissues are those tissues that are present on the outside of the plants and help in providing the protection to the plants. First one that we are discussing over here is the epidermis. Now, epidermis is the outer covering, right, that we have over here. It's the outermost layer. It prevents the loss of water, prevent the entry of the parasites, and of course prevent the mechanical damage also, right? Stromata, right? The stromata that we have help in the exchange of the gases, and it regulates the water loss also. And on top of it, they have a waxy coating which is called as a cuticle, which is made up of cutin. Everyone, are we clear with this? Right? See again everyone, we are going in detail only. It's not that we are rushing. I know that you want me to rush, but this is a max speed I can go in, right? We need to focus. Everyone, those of you who are talking about other things, you are at loss. Yes. Okay. Chaliye. Now, on the epidermis only, we have stromata. Now, stromata are the tiny little microscopic structure that are present on the leaf, and they play a very, very important role in the exchange of the gases. So, the stromata have stromatal apparatus, the stromatal pore, right? Then, surrounding it, we have the guard cells. Guard cells will open and close, and due to which, so basically they will, based upon whether they are open, right, whether they are actually contracting, in a simple way, whether they are losing the water or, getting the water, what is their cell size. Based upon that, we'll see the stromatal opening and closing. The exchange of gases happens over here, and it regulates the loss of water also. Right? Stromata is very, very crucial. Then in the roots also we have the epidermis, but it's not the epidermis, it's the root epidermis. So on the root hairs, right, we have the root hairs. Can you see over here? On the epidermis, we have the root hair, tiny, tiny structures. It contains the root hairs, and these actually help in increasing the surface area for the water absorption. So if this is the root, right, I'm sure you would have seen feathery-like structures, everyone. Like if you have seen a root, right, you will see that on that also where we have very fine hair-like structures. Yes, I say. Those are the root hair. The more the number of root hairs, more absorption of water will happen, right? So they plays a very important role in that. The last one, everyone, in the protective tissue is the cork. Now cork is made up of the woody stem of the old plants, right? Made from the protective tissue, reduce the water loss and prevent the mechanical injuries also. The outer part, right? The bark part. When we say a tree ka bark, right? The most outer part of the tree is the bark, right? And we call it as a cork. Yes, it does not have any intercellular spaces, right? It has suberin, absolutely correct. Suberin is there, that makes it impervious to the water and to the exchange of the gases, right? So this particular chemical is spread out over there, leaving no gaps in between. Everyone, are we clear? Yes, everyone, are we clear with this? Clear? Akarsha cuticule, right? It's basically a covering, a waxy coating on the epidermis, leaf epidermis pe. Yes, please ask the question. Ma'am, we all are made up of cells or atoms? Depend, everyone. Tanmay, if you're asking a biologist, you'll get the answer of a cell. But if you're talking to a chemist, they will say atoms. Inside the cells, we have carbon, we have oxygen, so they are made up of atoms only. If you go into the details, this is how we can answer this question. Yes. Mechanical injury means physical injuries. Yes. Simple permanent tissue के two types. नहीं, बच्चे simple permanent tissue के two types नहीं बोल सकते. Simple permanent tissue we have. अच्छा, you are talking in that way. Let's not go there. You will be learning in your higher classes the greater division. We have the ground tissue. So we have vascular tissues. We have epidermis tissue, right? We have vascular tissue first, and we have meristematic tissue. Whatever is left, right? We have so many systems all together. So in a very, just for your understanding, permanent tissue mein, we have two types, simple permanent tissue. Simple permanent tissue have three different types of cells, right? Which are combining together and forming the tissues like parenchyma, collenchyma, and sclerenchyma. Chaliye. Yes. So, Yash, it could be that they are talking about the, yes. Okay, let's not go into that of the detail. See, vascular bundle ko bhi to we have that separate thing, right? So let's just focus over here. Chaliye. Yes, Mohammed, I think I've missed your question. Please, can you ask the question? What is apical tissue? Apical meristem will say, bachche, right? The apical meristem is, of course, is a part of, it's a type of the meristematic tissue, and it is present in the shoot and the root of the plant, which actually help in the growth. Yes, I know there's a drilling sound which is coming. Yes, Tanishka, you can find that. If I give you the answer, it will be very easy. It's a very straightforward question. You can definitely find it. Tripti, secondary meristematic tissue, of course, is a secondary growth that happens in the plants after the primary growth. Right? This is a full detail session, Vaibhav. I know. Chaliye. Okay, everyone, now. It will be present in every type of plant. Milega, parenchyma, har jagah. It's a universal kind of tissue. Chali everyone. Now we're done with the plant tissue and I hope that all of you are ready for the animal tissue. We have 4 different types of animal tissue. We have epithelial, connective, muscular and nervous tissue. We're starting with the epithelial tissue everyone. Now epithelial tissue, the first one that we have over here is the epithelial tissue, which is the very similar to the epidermis. It's the outermost covering in the organisms, right? So just like plant have epidermis, the animals have epithelial tissue. Now it is the most outermost layer that is present, right? And it has, flat shaped structures, right? They are tightly joined towards each other. They are tightly. There's no gap in between, right? And they provide a very important function of the protection. Now let's take a look everyone about the different types of epithelial tissue that we have. Right everyone? What are the different types of epithelial tissue we have? Based upon the appearance, we have the squamous, columnar, right, and cuboidal. And of course, based upon the number of layers, we have 2 types. We have simple, and we have the striated. Clear? Yes. There are 4 types of the animal tissue. Right? Chaliye. Now everyone, the first thing that we'll be discussing about the epithelial tissue is that they all are present on a base membrane. They have a basement membrane. This basement membrane actually separates the tissue, right, and protect them from the mechanical stress, right? This particular basement membrane, right, is important for providing the physical and the biochemical clues. Clear? Super important. Right, so they all, see, epithelial tissues have different types of cell shape, but they will have the basement membrane. They will have the basement membrane. So basement membrane is thin, fibrous and supporting, right? Clear? Now in this we have further division. I think few of you have a doubt over here. Everyone now do pay attention. I'll tell you because there are a lot of layers. Yes. Okay. Let's start with the epithelial everyone. So epithelial tissue, we have 3 major types that are given in our textbook. We have the squamous, cuboidal and the columnar. We have simple squamous and the striated squamous. So let's take a look over here. Now simple squamous, right? What we have over here, they are made up of the flat cells. The cells over here are completely flat, right? They have squama, means the scales of the skin. Something like a scales of the skin, right? Yes? Okay. Then location. Now everyone, I'm sure you would have seen questions coming in your examination asking you to identify the location or write the location. So this is very important. Remember the example, right? Location in the inner lining of the mouth, esophagus, alveoli and the blood capillaries. What we have? What we have over there? We have our the location where we can find the simple squamous. Lining of the mouth, will remember this, the alveoli and the blood capillaries where the exchange is happening by the process of diffusion, right? The skin is made up of the striated squamous. Basically, there are different layers. In simple squamous, there are no layers. But in the striated, right, we'll have multiple layers of it. Yes? And we all know that skin helps us protect from wear and tear. And it will act as a physical barrier, right? It will not allow the entry of the microorganisms through it, protect our internal organs too. Yes? Abhi chapter nahi hua hai, bache, we are on the tissue chapter. After this is done, we'll go to that chapter. Tell me everyone, are we clear up to here? Yes, are we clear up to here? Yes? Okay. Now let's move ahead and let's talk about the cuboidal epithelial tissue. There are, of course, the word cuboidal is there, so we say they have a cube shape like structure. Location, they are present in the lining of the kidney tubules, duct of the salivary glands, right? See over here, we have these, right? Their important role is in the secretion. They provide the mechanical support to the kidney tubules and the salivary glands, right? They're very, very important, everyone. Cuboidal. Yes, food resources is done. Very good. Then everyone, moving to the another type, we have the columnar. Now they have a pillar-like structure. See over here, what we have a pillar-like structure. And these pillar-like structures have villi also, right? And they actually help in the secretion and the absorption of the molecules in the small intestine. Clear? Villi is the example of it. Last one, everyone, we have the ciliated epithelium. They have cilia on top of them, right? And they move in rhythmic manner, and they allow the movement of the molecules passage, right? So we have it in the nasal, trachea, and the oviduct. We have those finger-like projections, right, that actually help in pushing the molecules, be it the dust, egg, etc. Kalpana ducts are the pipe through which the juices and the enzymes will move. Hormones will move. Few hormones, exocrine gland के hormones. Natural resources nahi hai na, right? Pragati, we don't have the natural resources in the theory class. But Naman bache, I'm not sure what are you discussing over here. I'll get back to you on that. Yes? So we have another type, which is the glandular type, right? Where we'll see the secretion. So everyone tell me, are we clear up to here? Aditya, give me a minute. Yes? Everyone, are we clear up to here? Give me a quick thumbs up. Yes, a quick thumbs up, everyone. Are we clear up to the basic type of the epithelial tissue? We spoke about the epithelial tissue. We spoke about the three different types, the major types, simple, striatus, squamous. Then we have spoken about the cuboidal, columnar, and ciliated columnar. Now let's talk about some extra things that we have over here, right? We have some modification in the epithelium, right? We have a little bit of the modification. What happened? Sometimes these epithelial cells which are there, right, they will have additional specialized cells which are called as gland cells, right? They are the glands, they are present inside the glands, and they are the gland cells. Now these will be releasing the secretions, right? And so the cells that have inward folding like this, see over here, right? And it forms a small kind of, it's a multicellular gland, because if secretion will be coming from here. This is called as the glandular epithelium. Okay? It is there in the stomach and in the intestine. So everyone, this is important. Mannat, ma'am, column also. We don't usually call it. Sometimes we call it as, right? But over here, they're specifically talking about as modification that we see. Chaliye. Secretion of what kind of substance? Juices, hormones, etc. Aditya, I've answered your question. Chaliye, crystal clear, everyone? Is it CC? CC hai kya? Everyone, are we? I hope that you're clear with this. 15 more minutes and we'll be able to finish this chapter, right? And then we need 1 hour for the cell chapter. Yes, everyone, let's have Kaju Katlis. Chaliye. Moving to the next type, everyone, we have connective tissue. Now, connective tissue, they are very, very important. Anyways, I will be saying this for every tissue, but yeah. So, connective tissue provides a support, protect, gives a structure to those tissues and the organs in the body, right? Then, if you talk about the variety of the connective tissue, we have a huge variety. We have hard brick-like structure also, which are connective tissue like bone. Then we have sticky like glue structure, which is arterial tissue. Then we have fluffy like sponge, adipose tissue, and liquid like water like blood. So all of these that I've mentioned are nothing but different types of connective tissue, right? We have arterial tissue, adipose, we have ligament, bone, cartilage, tendon, and then we have the fluid connective tissue, which is blood and the lymph. So broadly, when we talk about the connective tissue, we can broadly divide it into 3 important different parts: jelly-like, dense, and fluid. In jelly-like, what we have, we call them as a loose connective tissue. We'll be studying them under the category of loose connective tissue. Then we have dense connective tissue, and then we have fluid connective tissue. So in the loose connective tissue, what we will study? We'll study about the adipose and the arterial tissue. Then in the dense tissue, what we'll be discussing? We'll discuss about bone, about the ligament, about the tendon, and about the cartilage, right? Then in the fluid, we'll discuss about the blood and the lymph. Are we clear, everyone? Are we clear? I hope that all of your energy is really very high and all of you are ready. Chaliye. Okay. We're starting with the arorial tissue, everyone. It is a packaging tissue. It actually is present inside the tissue, inside the organs, right? Fill space inside the organs. If there's any space, it just goes there and just fits over there, right? Support the internal organs, help in the repair mechanism, and if there is any microorganism, it will be attacking that also. It has some phagocytic cells that will be eating the animals, right? Now, if you talk about the arorial tissue, right, it is made up of collagen fiber, elastin fiber, and the reticulate fiber. All are proteins. Of course, we have a lot of proteins in them, right? And they're joined together. We can find them on our skin, right, on our muscles. Esophagus is located in the alimentary canal. I know lymph is not mentioned, so we'll not be discussing. I'm just mentioning over here. Okay, chaliye. Then everyone, most important question that comes in your examination, right? Polar bear ka question aata hai na? I'm sure you would have seen polar bear ka question. So adipose tissue is a tissue that reserves the fat or store the fat, right? It stores the fat. It acts as a heat insulator. It will not allow the heat to go outside. It will just take all the heat inside. It will just store the energy like this, right? It is a heat insulator, acts as a shock absorber also, right? And of course, it forms the padding under your skin, right? Around the kidneys and around the eyeball. So of course, if we have our body like this, right? So if this is a body, right, the outer skin, then we have the organs over here, and between that we have the adipose tissue. Okay? Yes. Then we are moving to the dense connective tissue. Now in dense we have 4, right? We have bones, tendon, cartilage, and the ligament. Let's talk about the bones first. The important characteristic features about the bone is that they have a very special type of cell which is called as the osteocytes, right? They are very important cells. Yes. Now these cells are not very, soft. They are very rigid. So these cells are embedded in the hard calcium and phosphorus matrix. It's an inorganic matter. Everyone, I'm sure that you would have seen this question also. Okay, very hard. The bone is made up of calcium and phosphorus. Clear? Everyone, are we clear over here? Clear? How, ma'am, how it acts as a shock absorber? So of course, if you talk, if the fat is there, right, and it basically we are categorizing them into the fluid, loose connective tissue. So of course, they have a lot of space and they act as an absorber. For example, if we have a cushion, right, and if there is an impact on that, I'm sure that the shock will be taken by the cushion. Similarly, we have the fat layer, basically the adipose tissue. Okay, everyone. Okay. So, we're talking about the bone, right? We have these information over here. It is made up of the calcium and phosphorus in the inorganic matter. We know that the brain gives us a framework, gives us a structure, right? And the bones are very strong. So, the cells are embedded into the hard matrix, and the matrix is composed of the calcium and the phosphorus. Yes. Hi, I'm explaining. Don't worry, don't worry. So here, what are we talking about? We're talking about the, right? We are talking about the bone. So we have the osteocysts, right? Now these are responsible for maintaining the bone mass. Whereas we have osteoblast. Everyone note down this? We have osteoblast. Right, now these are responsible for the formation of new bone cell. Formation of new bone cell. Are we clear? Yes? Ria, thank you for asking that question, but you don't have to worry about the diagram. It will not come in your examination. The diagrams are not that crucial from the exam point of view. The question the question can come whether they can show you the image and can ask you to identify. Okay? Ashok, in the arroral tissue. Please, Manshi, ask your doubt. Yes. Osteocytes, I've just explained, Bachcha, is responsible for maintaining the bone mass. And we have the osteoblasts, which actually help in forming the new bone cells. Okay? Okay. If that's the case, then of course we have a video in which we have discussed about how to make the diagrams of biology easy, so you can watch that. It's a very easy thing. Don't worry about them. It's easy actually. Okay. Moving to the next step, everyone, we have the cartilage, right? What we have the cartilage. Now, the cartilage is not exactly solid. It's not very dense like the bone, right? We can still see the movement over here. See over here, we have this. We can move it, right? So, of course, it is a solid matrix composed of the protein and the sugar, right? And of course, it has cells which are called as the chondrocyte, which are the cartilage forming cells, right? Main function is that smoothen the bone surface at joints and present in nose, ears, and trachea and the larynx. Clear? Now this is very interesting, everyone. This is very interesting. It provides support, and of course is present in different parts of the body. Yes, that's a cartilage. Then everyone comes the tendon and the ligament. I'm sure you all have confusion in this. How many of you have confusion in this part? I'm sure you would have a confusion, ma'am. What is a ligament and what is a tendon? What is the function? So tendons are the one that have limited flexibility. They join muscle to bone, right? Clear? They join muscle to bone, and ligament join bone to bone. So ligament is over here. We can see that there's a joining of the bone, whereas the tendon will be joining the bone to the muscle. Everyone, are we clear? So we have the tendon and ligament over here. With this, we are done with the second type. We did the first type, which is arroral and the adipose tissue in that. We discussed just now the bone, cartilage, tendon and the ligament, right? And now we'll be focusing on the fluid connective tissue. Now fluid connective tissue, what we have our blood. Blood may we have cellular components, RBCs, WBCs, platelets. Platelets help in the clotting of the blood. White blood cells help in fighting, and then of course we have red blood cells which help in carrying the oxygen. Yes? Clear? And then of course blood carries a different type of nutrition, carries out the waste also, and it's very important. It's connecting the whole body. Yes? Okay? Chali. So with this, everyone, we are done with this part. Right? We're done with this part. And now we'll be moving to the muscular tissue. Now everyone, do tell me, do you want to take a break now, and we'll finish our class in next 1.5 hours. I give you the break around 6:30. So from 6:30 to 8 o'clock. So it's 1.5 hours. Yes, I will be providing the notes also. Okay. So everyone, what we will do, we will meet, right? So now is 8 o'clock, right? Can we meet at 8:05 or 8:10? So lymph is also there, right? And lymph connects. So what happens in lymph? Let me just explain the lymph and then we'll take a break. Lymph, if from the blood vessels, right, there's a leaking of plasma plus WBCs. So in our blood vessels, there are small gaps through which the plasma and the WBCs will leak out. They will go into the outside, right? And they will form a new system, which is the lymphatic system. We have lymph vessels in our body, right? Important role of the lymph is that it collects the extracellular fluid, right? It helps in the providing the immunity to the body also, okay? And it again connects throughout the body. So it's a connective tissue. Okay, everyone? Easy peasy, right? I hope that all of you are clear with the lymph. Yes? So everyone, now is a break time. Let's meet at 8:10. 10 minutes break. Okay? Kalpana, I'll answer your question, but give me a minute. Okay, everyone? We'll meet at 10 p.m. Okay? Then we'll be able to finish our class in 1.5 hours. Chaliye. So I'll meet you everyone. Quickly go have, if you want to have your dinner, please go have your dinner. Just stretch yourself and come back to the class again. Yes. Chali everyone, meet you on the other side. everyone. I hope that you can see me. Yes, hello everyone. Yes, starting the class. There was some technical issue. Because of that, I was not visible. So I thought we're just fixing that thing, everyone. I hope that all of you can see me now. Yes. Yes, I was not visible. Yeah, I think now it's fine. We were trying to fix that issue. Yeah. Today we have small issues here and there. Okay, everyone. Are we ready for a final lap? Yashika, we have finished improvement in food resources. We are almost done with tissues. And then we'll be starting with the fundamental unit of life, the cell chapter. Okay? I know, thoda sa delay ho gaya because we were just trying to fix something. Okay, everyone, are we ready? So we were discussing, everyone, we have discussed as of now about the epithelial tissue and the connective tissue. Are we all ready? Are we all ready for muscular and nervous tissue, the easiest tissue that we have? Yes, everyone tell me. Chaliye. So everyone, let's get started. Let's start with the muscular tissue. Acha, how many types of muscular tissue we have? How many types of muscular tissue we have? Yes, everyone, how many types of muscular tissue we have? Very good. 3. Can you name them? Okay, very good, everyone. Very good. Very good. Voluntary, involuntary, and the cardiac muscles. Absolutely correct, everyone. Right? That's absolutely correct. So we can say that we have three types of muscular tissue. We have something called as the smooth muscles. Then we have what we have? We have smooth muscles, we have cardiac muscles, right? And then we have striated muscles. Voluntary muscles, involuntary muscles are the cardiac muscle. Now, voluntary and the involuntary muscles are those muscles. For example, if I talk about voluntary muscles, we can easily control them, right? Then we have involuntary muscles, we have no control over them. So, in muscles also, like we have two broader type, involuntary and voluntary muscles. Let's take a look, everyone, at them. In the muscular tissue, right, when we talk about the muscular tissue, right, we have the special power that they have is that they can contract and relax. They can contract and then they can relax. That's a very, very important characteristic features that we have in the muscular tissue. And because of that only, we see the contraction of the muscles happening, and that's how we move the body. That's how the movement happens in our body. Muscular tissue is divided into three different types, right? I will tell you, Sumita, abhi will start, okay? We have striated muscles, unstriated, and the cardiac. Striated muscles are also called as skeletal muscle, right? They are also called as the skeletal muscle. Clear, everyone? Please do note down this. They are also called as the skeletal muscle. Unstriated muscles are also called as smooth muscles. Okay? Cardiac muscles are called as cardiac muscle. Now, skeletal muscles are voluntary in nature. That means that you and I can control it, whereas unstriated or the cardiac muscles both are involuntary. That means that you and I cannot control it. Can we control the beating of our heart? No, right? Can we control the movement of the peristalsis? Right? Can we control the movement of the stomach or the esophagus? No, right? So, unstriated muscles or the smooth muscles and the cardiac muscles are the involuntary muscles. We have voluntary muscle, which is a skeletal muscle. So, skeletal muscles, right? These skeletal muscles are the one which are in our control, right? We can say that they're attached to the skeleton, right? They are long, cylindrical, unbranched fiber. They have striation. Basically, they have light and the dark band like this, where the contraction and the relaxation will take place, right? They have these bands. That is the reason we call them as striated. Clear? They actually help in the contraction, right, and the relaxation. They have a repeated functional unit like this, right? The like in one over here we have light and dark band, and we call them as the sarcomere. The important function, of course, they help in the movement, in walking, running, everywhere we have the function of it. Clear? So function is very easy, right? I hope that it's clear to you. Yes, gaming. You're asking, ma'am, what is the difference between voluntary and involuntary? But your voluntary muscles, you and I can control. Your hand. This is voluntary. I'm pushing it forward and getting it back, right? That is voluntary. Involuntary, blinking of our eyes, beating of our heart. You and I cannot control that, right? You and I cannot control that. Chaliye. Okay. Now everyone, let's talk about the important thing, everyone, over here. This is a common question asked in the examination, right? About the characteristic features of these striated muscles or the skeletal muscles. So remember that they are long, cylindrical, unbranched, right? They have the striation. Right? Now let's talk about the, let's talk about the unstriated muscles. Unstriated muscles are also called as smooth muscles or the unstriped muscles or the involuntary muscles. Walls of the, where they are present, they're present in the walls of the organs and on the blood vessels. Now we know that the food moves in our alimentary canal. You and I are not moving that food, right? It is moving with the help of the smooth muscles. There's a movement that is happening inside them. And that is involuntary nature. We cannot control it. The structure, if we talk about it, it's a spindle-shaped structure, right? With the pointy ends. It has a pointy ends. No light or no dark bands are present. There's no light and dark band are present, right? They are uninucleated, single nucleus is there, and there is no non-striation. Basically, there is no bands that are present over here. Okay, that is all about the important structural part. Then we have the function, of course, help in the peristalsis movement, esophagus movement, right? Movement of the alimentary canal. All of that is taken care by the smooth muscle. Everyone, I hope that all of you are focusing in class. See, I'm not looking at the chat now. I hope that all of you are paying attention. Yes, everyone. Okay. Chaliye. Right? Chaliye, everyone, are we clear with this? Okay. Last but not the least, everyone, what we have? We have the cardiac muscle, also called as the heart muscle, and they're the very special muscles because they work 24/7, right? They are the walls. They are present in the walls of the heart, right? They are branch tissue. They are interconnected. They have intercartilageous disc also like this, right? And they're connected. They're right, and of course, important thing about them is that they work 24/7 and they help in the beating of the heart. Easy. This is the easiest one, everyone. That's the easiest one. So are we clear about the muscular structures? Apparatus बच्चे बहुत in biology, physics में अलग-अलग terms हैं. If you're talking in terms of biology, we use this term in the microscope. हाँ, everyone is trying to control. क्या बात है? चलिए everyone, moving to the next part. Muscular tissue, everyone, are we clear? Right, let's move to the nervous tissue. Nervous tissue, we have the neuron. Very interesting neuron, everyone. Right? Yes, the important neuron, which is the structure and the functional unit of our nervous system. So neuron is a very interesting structure. Right? It is present inside the brain, spinal cord, right? And of course, it helps in the formation of nerves also. It carries the impulse throughout the body and it is very, very important. It's the longest cell in our body also. So if you look at the structure of the neuron, we have a dendrite which receives the information. Can you see everyone over here? Dendrite will be helping in receiving the information, right? Then we have the cell body, or also called as soma. Right? It will be helping in the, basically it has a nucleus, it's a cell body. It's there in the center. Then it has a nucleus also which have the genetic material. Then it has a very long arm called as axon. On this axon, what we have very important things. We have these cells. Can you see these cells? These are the Schwann cells, right? They are present. Now on top of them we have the myelin sheet. This sheet actually helps in providing the insulation. It will keep the signals intact, right? And it will allow the movement happening. We have the gaps. Gaps also help in the fast movement of the impulse. Okay. Then we have the axon terminal, the axon ending or the nerve, right? Yes, very good, Amrit. Clear? We can see, no, will not be able to. We need a microscope for that. Okay, chaliye. So this is an important thing, everyone. This is in your textbook. They've just mentioned a chotu sa paragraph over here, right? So we can say that with that we are actually done with our tissues, right? We're done with the tissues. We're done with the plant and the animal tissue all together. So everyone, how you are feeling now? How you are feeling? We're done with the tissues now. One more thing which is not mentioned over here is the mitosis and meiosis. Right? Again, we have a small topic given in our textbook. Cyton is also called as cell body, and soma is also another word. Okay? Yes. Okay, Abhimanyu is saying, of course, but not all, right? We have different sizes in that. Chaliye. Okay. You all have good extra information. Chaliye, everyone. So let's talk about mitosis. I will go and you will take the screenshot also. Yeah, take it now, everyone, if you want to. I'll move aside. Chaliye. Take the screenshot of this, everyone. Yes, done, everyone? Done. Very good, everyone. Chaliye. Okay. 1 minute, everyone. Just give me a minute. Yes, everyone. Chaliye, let's move ahead, everyone. Let's quickly move ahead. And we are done with this, right? We were talking about the mitosis. Now, what is mitosis? Mitosis is nothing but a very simple cell division, right? It's a very simple cell division. What we see in that, we'll see that the cell will divide itself and it will not be changing anything. For example, the genetic material inside it will remain as it is. It will remain as it is, right? So this becomes very, very important, right? Mitosis is a type of cell division that we see in different parts of our body. Skin cell, inside our organs, right? Cells will be repairing themselves and make the exact copy of themselves. In mitosis, we'll be able to see the formation of two daughter cells. We also call it as the equal division or the equal division, right? Meiosis, what we have, we see that there's a reduction happening, right? We see that there's a reduction that we have happens, right? The chromosome number will become half, and at the end, we'll see the formation of 4 daughter cells. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's all about the meiosis and the mitosis. Clear? I know this is there in your cell chapter, but I thought I'll just explain you here. Everyone clear? Yes, everyone, are we clear? Chaliye. So, are we ready? Yes, everyone, are we ready? Okay, chaliye. Now, let's talk about the last chapter, everyone. Yes, the fundamental unit of life. Yes, easy with the chapter, and let's quickly finish it up. So, we are starting with the last chapter, everyone, that is a fundamental unit of life, right? And it's a very, very easy chapter, I would say, and very interesting chapter. So, let's keep a target of finishing this chapter, right? We know that cell is a structural and the functional unit of the life, right? They're really very, very important. They help in the exchange of gases, nutrition, reproduction, and waste removal also. And we all know that cell plays a very, very important role, right? Cells are the one that makes an organism living. So we can say that cell is basically a structural and the functional unit of life. They can perform all the functions, right? Be it the gaseous exchange, nutrition, reproduction, and the waste removal also. So they are kind of, right? They are kind of self-sufficient, and they are very, very crucial. When cells combine later, right, we have discussed in tissues that we'll have the tissues, organ system, and then we have the organism. So in this way, cells are important. They are the foundation, right, that we have. When we talk about the cell, we always talk about the Robert Hooke and Leeuwenhoek. Robert Hooke was the first one to observe the cell and call them as cells, right, in the Koch cells. Then we have Leeuwenhoek, who saw the first living cell, right? He saw the first living cell. Then later we have 3 scientists who worked upon the cell theory. 2 scientists gave the cell theory, which are the Sheldon and Schwann. They said that all the living organisms are made up of the cells or the product of it, and cells are the structure and the functional unit of the life, right? After that, after a few years later, we saw that Rudolf Virchow mentioned that the cells arise from the pre-existing cells, right? They arise from the pre-existing cells. Clear? So now this cell theory is very, very important. We know that this question can come for 1 mark. Okay? This cell theory part is super important. Then we have different types of cells in our body, right? We have different types of cells in numbers, right? Of course, we have unicellular organisms also, right? And we have multicellular organisms also. Unicellular means a single cell organism like amoeba. That is a unicellular organism. And of course, multicellular like humans, we are multicellular organism. Then when we talk about, we have different cells and a different shape. They have different shapes because they have to perform a very specific function. And that is the reason they have a different specific shape. For example, neuron has to carry the nerve impulse, right? So then of course it needs to be long, right? And that's how it carries the signal. Then we have RBCs that carries, they just have to carry the oxygen, right? So of course the shape is in such a way. We have muscle cells, right? And we have WBCs. So we have different types of, cell shape that we have. Everyone, are we clear? Everyone, I hope that we are clear with this part. Yes? 1 minute. Yes, we have discussed the crop production in the chapter. We did, Bajji. We did that chapter. Is everyone, give me a minute, handling the chat now. Yes, चलिए. Suddenly I realized that अगर chat को moderate नहीं करेंगे तो फिर, right, all of you will be talking random useless things, right? So there needs to be, so I just went, yes, and all of you. Now everyone, I'll be very honest with you, it's a last lab, right? I know that all of you are tired and all of you are studying, but, right, let's just stay focused, everyone. Now, if I see any text over here which is not relevant to the class, probably I'll go again and I'll block you. Yes, please don't test the patience of your teacher, right? I have seen from the very beginning, right, I think almost for an hour, many of you were just talking about random things here. Yes, so please make sure that you're here in class and you're studying. If you don't want to study, then leave the class. Yes? Let's not waste your time. Your time is very precious. I don't know how you can waste your time. No, I think that you're just watching this video now. Go back and check it out. We already did that chapter. Diversity is deleted, so we'll think about it. Right? It's not there in the syllabus. Okay, chaliye. Yes, you are not, but you talk a lot. I can say that. Chaliye. Now focus everyone. Back on the class. Chaliye everyone. Now let's talk about the cell, right? We have animal cell and we have the bacterial cell. Now there are very important things that we have in common between these. Even though the animal cell and bacterial cell looks very different from each other, we have a lot of similarities. Both have, right, genetic material, both have cytoplasm, and both have the cell membrane. Now, if we talk about it, we have two types of cells. We have prokaryotic cells, right, and we have eukaryotic cells, right? Can anyone tell me what is prokaryotic cells and eukaryotic cells? Prokaryotic cells and eukaryotic cells. What are these? What are these prokaryotic and the eukaryotic cells? Very good. They are primitive cells. They don't have the nucleus, right? No nucleus. There's no nucleus in the prokaryotic cells, right? They have the genetic material, but they don't have the membrane. They don't have a membrane around their genetic material, right? Yes, everyone? Clear, everyone? So we have the prokaryotic cells, right, which have, they don't have a membrane around their genetic material. And eukaryotic cells have a proper nucleus. That's the main difference between the prokaryotic and eukaryotic. Prokaryotic cells have a flagella for the movement. Animals, eukaryotic cells will not have. Prokaryotic cells have no organelle except ribosomes. In the eukaryotic cells, we have different types of organelles that will be playing a very important functions. So we have three main difference between the prokaryotic cells and the eukaryotic cells. Now we are starting with the first part, everyone, which is a cell membrane. Now this is a very important part, and which usually we get confused, right? Cell membrane is the outermost layer. It is made up of two layers, and we have lipid. It is made up of phospholipid. Right? Can we see over here? We have one layer over here and we have one layer over here. So it's bilayer, right? There are two layers which are present over here. Right? It's a bilayer structure, and along with that it has proteins, carbohydrates also. Now what happens that plasma membrane plays a very important role in acting as a barrier. Right? It will be stopping the things from moving inside. Yes? It will be stopping the things from moving inside. Whatever is required by these cells will be moving inside. If not, they will be staying outside. Now, plasma membrane plays a very important role in the exchange of the molecules, right? In a very simple way, if we have to say, we have different types of membranes altogether. If the molecules are moving around, say, right, we call them as freely permeable, right? Which is everything around se will move. Cell wall, maybe you usually see that. Impermeable means nothing will be able to pass through it. Then we have selectively permeable, and this is what we have in our cells, right? Semi-permeable membrane or selectively semi-permeable membrane is a membrane, right, that we have, which based upon the requirement of the cells can select what will be going inside and what will be staying outside, right? That's a very important characteristic features. It understands the need of the cell, and based upon that the molecule will move in and out. That is a reason, right, we call it as a selective permeable membrane. Are we clear? So this is a very important characteristic feature of the cell membrane. The cell membrane is selectively permeable. That means that it will be allowing only few molecules to move in and out. Yes? Impermeable, we have that. I don't recall the, example of it, but freely permeable, we have the cell wall. Yes. I'll check and I'll let you know. Actually, in biology, we say, right, we also, like, very rarely we have the impermeable. Mostly, it allows the movement happening. Usually, we see impermeability, right, in the plant tissues. Okay, chaliye. Now, everyone, the movement that we are talking about, right, that happens in the plasma membrane can be of two types. There are two important transportation that happens, right? We have given them the name, right? We have active transportation and we have passive transportation. Active transportation requires energy. In active transportation, the molecules will be moving from the low concentration to the high concentration. In the passive transportation, the energy will be moving, the molecules will be moving from the higher concentration to the lower concentration. Now, to sum it up, the plasma membrane have different types of transportation. First is diffusion. What is diffusion, everyone? What is diffusion? We all have studied it, right? Diffusion is nothing but the movement of the molecules from the region of higher concentration to the region of lower concentration. From the region of high concentration to the region of low concentration through, right? Of course, through gases, right, and the liquid. We usually see diffusion in the gases and the liquid, right? Then, of course, we have osmosis. What is osmosis? Osmosis is nothing but the movement of water from the higher concentration to the lower concentration, right? From the higher concentration through the lower concentration through a semi-permeable membrane. Through a semi-permeable membrane. Clear? Yes? Then we have another type where we're talking about the energy. See, passive transport mein we have these two, diffusion and the osmosis. No energy is required. Based upon the concentration, it will be moving. We have active transport where there's an involvement of the energy. An energy currency of the cell is called as ATP, adenosine triphosphate. We'll be learning about it more where and where it is produced. Right? So ATP is energy currency that will be utilized during the active transport. So we usually say that active transport is an uphill process, right? It requires energy. And the, this passive transport is a downhill, does not require much of the energy. Here everyone, we have the examples of it. See over here, the diffusion. Water does not need the diffusion process. The movement of water happens through diffusion. Osmosis, right? Diffusion we see in gases and the liquid. Okay. Diffusion over here everyone, the movement of the molecules from the region of high concentration to the region of low concentration is called as the diffusion. There's no involvement of the energy. If we talk about the osmosis, the same thing is there. Movement from the higher concentration to the low concentration through a semi-permeable membrane, and we are talking about the water. Based upon this everyone, on the principle of osmosis, we have three different types of, right? There are different types of solutions that we have. We have hypertonic, hypotonic and isotonic, right? Now, hypertonic, what will happen? Outside the concentration of water is less, right? So what will happen? Hypertonic may outside, for example, if I have this cell over here, we can say a mango inside the water, right? The salt, let's suppose outside the water concentration is less. So what will happen? The water from the cell will move out and the cell will become shrink. This is very, very important, right? This is very important everyone. We have the cell, right? And the amount of water is very less. So what will happen? The water from the cell will jump out and the cell will shrink in size. This is hypertonic. Then we have hypotonic, where of course the cell is there and there is more amount of water. So the cell will swells up, right? The cell will swell up. That is a hypotonic. And isotonic means there's an equal amount of the molecules in and out, inside the cell and outside. So the transfer is happening, but it's equal. Right? Everyone, are we clear? Are we clear with this? Hypertonic means what is happening? There's a shrinkage of the cell. Hypotonic means there's a expansion, swelling of the cell. And isotonic may remain same. Are we clear? Yes, Naman? Ma'am, having a doubt in active and passive transport, I'll explain you. Active transport means there's an involvement of the energy. ATP is required over there. Passive transport means no energy. Passive transport means we have the diffusion and the osmosis as the example. Chaliye. Now everyone, you can take a screenshot of this. I'll just move aside everyone. Take a screenshot of this. Jaldi se. Everyone do take a screenshot. Chaliye. Now that we are clear with this, right? Acha, 1 minute. Abhimanyu, you are saying that you want me to explain the third point. Third point is useful in the food preservation. Acha, haan. So I'm sure you would have seen making of pickle. How many of you have seen making of pickle? Tell me everyone, how many of you have seen making of pickle? Right? We usually keep them in the high concentration of salt, right? We add lots and lots of salt. What the salt does? It actually takes out the water, right? It takes out the water, right? So it helps in the food preservation. Endocytosis means moving inside. Exocytosis means moving outside through the cell membrane. Okay? Naman, I hope that you're clear. I'll explain. Bulk transportation. What we have in bulk transportation, Kalpana? Okay, chaliye. Okay. Now everyone, let's talk about the phagocytosis. What is phagocytosis? Of course, when a cell engulf, right? We use the word engulf over here. When a cell engulf a food molecule, we call it as the phagocytosis. It happens in amoeba. Then we have endocytosis and exocytosis. Endocytosis means, we can see over here, right? We can see the molecules are coming inside and they will be getting into the cell, right? And a vesicle will be formed like this. And what we have this process is called as endocytosis, right? This is called as endocytosis. Exocytosis, what will happen? It will be moving out. It will be moving out. Everyone take a see over here. It's very good picture, right? Clear? Yes, very good. Okay. So the endocytosis and exocytosis combined, we can call them as a bulk transportation. Okay. The deficiency of iodine cause goiter. Chaliye. Very good. Yes, Kalpana. Yes, we can use the amoeba as an example. Okay. Chaliye. Now we are clear with the bulk transportation or the endocytosis and exocytosis and the phagocytosis. Let's talk about the another important components that we have in the cell, but not all the cells. Now cell membrane is present in the eukaryotes and the prokaryotes. We have cell wall now, which is present only in the plant cell. Right? We have it in the plant cell. Now the cell wall is made up of the cellulose. It's a very rigid structure. It's a freely permeable membrane. That means it allows all the molecules to move in and out, right? Provides the mechanical strength and increase the rigidity in the plant cell, right? Made up of cellulose. This is what we will remember, everyone. Now, after the cell wall, that's a small portion that we have. We know that what is cytoplasm? Cytoplasm is a jelly-like, fluid-like structure. Jelly or fluid, we'll call it jelly, right? Which is there inside the cells and onto which we have the organelles which are spread out. Yes? So we know that, right? Now we're going to be discussing about the nucleus. Now this is very, very crucial. I hope that all of you will be helping me. Acha bacho, tell me where the genetic material is stored. Pseudopodia are the false feet that actually help in engulfing the food in amoeba. Yes. Very good. In nucleus, right? In nucleus, we know that we have the genetic material present, right? Inside that, if you look at the nucleus, right? Nucleus have a nuclear membrane. We can see that it has a nuclear membrane, and these nuclear membrane has nucleopores. Can you see? Through these pores, the molecules will move in and out. Apart from that, what we can see over here, this part, the fluid, the internal part, this part is called as nucleoplasm. In the nucleoplasm, right, we have the genetic material which is freely suspended. Right over here, we have the coiled genetic material which is suspended over here. Right, that is the nucleoplasm. Everyone, then we have what? Then we have nucleolus. Nucleolus is called as a brain of the nucleus, right? It helps in the production of the ribosomes, and later, of course, the RNA, we can call it in that way also. We have nuclear pore, and of course, we have the chromatin material. The genetic material which is present in the nucleoplasm is in this particular shape, right? In this particular condition. Thread-like structure, highly coiled structure, which have these beading on it. We call that structure as the chromatin. So if I have to draw over here, and if you have to look over here, you will be able to understand that chromosome, right? We have the chromosome over here. Yes, 1 minute, everyone. Take a screenshot of this, everyone. Take a screenshot of this. Jaldi se take a screenshot. Chalo. Right, everyone, do take the screenshot of this. Now, let's understand that. Naman, I think the question that you're asking is out of the context, so we'll answer that later. And Abhi, please don't spam now. Please don't spam now. We'll deal with that later. Okay, chaliye. Sanvi, please leave the class if you're feeling sleepy, bache. Right? No issue. Right? No issue. Just go leave the class, wash your face and come back if you feel like. Okay? Chaliye. We have the chromosome, right? Now, if you take a look at the nucleus, we can see that we have these thread-like structure which is present, right? This is chromatin. What is it, everyone? Right? This is called as chromatin. Right? It is called as chromatin. Yes? Now, during the cell division, what we will see? We will see that we will have the formation of the chromosome. During the cell division only, this chromatin material will arrange itself into chromosome, right? It will come together, it will get condensed and we'll be able to see the chromosome. If we open the chromatin, right, if we open this part, right, what we will be able to see? We will be able to see that DNA is wrapped on the protein. But it's a very important 1 marks question. Right, I'm sure you have read line in your textbook. I'm sure you have all read the line that we have in the textbook. That DNA is made up of, right? We have the proteins. Sorry, the chromatin is made up of. We have the proteins and the DNA, right? And if we uncoil more further, we'll be able to see the DNA, the deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's a double helical structure. Yes? Clear, everyone? So, when we talk about the nucleus, we all know that DNA is the ultimate genetic material. Chromosomes, chromatin are the different forms in which the DNA is packed. Clear? So don't get confused. There is a difference between chromosome, chromatin and DNA. There is a difference of the structure, right? In chromatin, we have the proteins. So that's the difference that we have. Clear, everyone? The pink color ball that you will see, these are the proteins. What are these? These are the proteins. Abhimanyu, these are the proteins. RNA is ribonucleic acid. It's a single-stranded structure, bache. DNA is double helix, right? But RNA is a single-stranded structure. Okay? RNA is also a material, right? RNA is also present inside the cells. In the lower primitive cells, it was the genetic material. But later, of course, because of its nature, we have the evolution and we have the DNA now. Okay? RNA, though, plays a very important role in our cells currently also, right? We have different types of RNA and they help in the transportation, messenger. Okay? Yes, chaliye. So here, everyone, let's take a look at the difference between the chromatin and the chromosome. Bilkul, right? Chaliye. So we know that the nucleus controls the function of the cells by regulating the gene expression. It controls the heredity trait of the organisms also. And it stores the genetic material, right? Now we have two different types of cells. We have already spoken about it. So we'll be skipping this part. We have spoken about the prokaryotic and the eukaryotic cells. Here we have. Okay, 1 minute. But you can see the difference over here. Chromosome, you will be able to see only during the cell division. This structure will be able to see only in the cell division. Whereas the chromatin, of course, with the help of the electronic microscope, we'll be able to see that, right? It's a beaded structure. Nagarendra again, I want to answer this question, but this is not the question of class 9th. It's not in the cell chapter. I'm sure that you can Google it and find the answer. I don't know why you're asking me over here again and again. I know it's not a 9th class answer. You just want the attention from my side. I'm really sorry. Please don't spam, right? I'm missing out the important content which is there in class 9 cell chapter. Yes? Right? Please do not spam. I don't know why you guys don't understand that. Then because of this spamming, we will not be able to look at the chat properly and we will be missing important doubts that are really important for class 9th. Right? See, few of you will come to the class just to ask some random doubt that you can easily find on the Google. Right? And that's a good thing that you're asking, but you should understand that what is the correct time. I am willing to answer your doubt, but you should check the timing, right? I'm talking about nucleus, you're talking about photosynthesis. That's not fair. That's not at all fair. And then you will say, ma'am, you're ignoring me. Bhai, flow tootta hai pura, right? I'm talking about nucleus and you're talking about photosynthesis. You're not even paying attention to the class. This goes not for just one person, but so many of you. Right? So many of you are doing that in today's class. I don't know why. Ashwara ma'am used to tell me that you guys do that, but I was not. I used to say, बच्चे बहुत प्यारे हैं यार, ऐसा नहीं होता होगा. But आज तो दिख रहा है कि बच्चे पढ़ने ही नहीं आते हैं. बच्चे आते हैं मस्ती करने के लिए. तो बता दो हम भी मस्ती करेंगे. It's okay, Nagarendra. It's perfectly fine. Yes, it's okay. I'm just expressing the, disappointment that I have for such kind of behaviors. I know. बच्चों को पढ़ना ही नहीं है बेचारे न्यूक्लियस के बारे में, फिर बोलेंगे अरे मैम बहुत टफ है. चलिए, so let's continue everyone, more further. No, it's not that, Ishani, it's not. Kalpana, I'll answer your question. Give me a minute, I'll answer your question. Yash is a tutor over here. Location of RNA, it's there in the, of course it's manufactured in the, right, see, ribosomes are very important over there and ribosomes will be helping in the production of it. Chaliye. Okay. Now everyone, we are talking about the nucleus, right? We know that it's a very important part and it's a very important organelle that we have, right? There was a doubt that you have, what is the difference between a DNA and a gene? So this is a DNA, which is a double helical structure, right? And it contains all the information that how the organism will be looking, right? For example, the hair color, skin color, height, etc. All of that are the different characteristic features that we have. Now, the hair color, okay, the hair color will be black, or the, the eye color will be brown. All of these information are actually present on a small fragment, right? Small fragment of the DNA. That is called as gene. What we call it as? We call it as the gene. Clear? So gene is nothing but a small fragment. It's a very small fragment of the DNA which have a very specific function. Clear? Ma'am, chromatin fibers can be seen all the time in the cell, and chromosomes can, So chromatin fibers not with the naked eyes, right, Shaurya? With the highly defined microscope, not the telescope, sorry, the microscope, right? You will be able to see the chromatin. Whereas during the cell division time, we will be able to see the chromosomes. Okay? Yes. Okay. Chali. Okay. Now, let's talk about cell. Right? Let's talk about cell. Yes. Chaliye. Now, everyone will be discussing about the quick functions. And here, now we'll be having the rapid fire on the high demand. Chaliye. Okay. We have Golgi apparatus, cell wall, nucleus, ER, mitochondria, cell membrane, plastid, and cell wall. Now, everyone quickly tell me that, let me answer this question. There's a difference between RNA and DNA. I'm taking this question, everyone, I think many of you have. So, structurally also these two are different structures, right? RNA is ribonucleic acid. Okay, and this is deoxyribonucleic acid. Now again, this is a single stranded structure and this is a double stranded structure. Okay, now DNA is a genetic material. It carries the genetic information, right? And it is present inside the nucleus. But it needs to communicate with the cell. information needs to pass from the nucleus to the cell, to the cytoplasm, right? That conversion of the language, right? I'm sure you would have seen that we have translators. How many of you have seen translators, right? If you have watched any interviews where if an individual is speaking its regional language, right, we have a translator who is actually converting into an English language, right? So in similar way, right, RNA is present inside the cell and it's a translator. It helps in the translation, right? It actually helps in understanding what the DNA is saying and make it in a language that the cytoplasm and the other parts can understand. I'm giving you a very basic, very, small gist of what is RNA. It's a huge thing, right? It's not, it has a lot of, it's very ancient than the DNA. It's very, very important for all the cells, for all the various functioning that we have in our body, right? So RNA is very, very crucial. Unfortunately, in our textbook, they haven't mentioned much about it. Yes. Chaliye. Okay. Now let's move ahead, everyone. Now, okay, let me ask you the quick questions, everyone. Let me just quickly check with you all. What is the main function of the ER? Yes. What is the main function of the ER, everyone? What is the main function of the ER? Yes, Dhaneshwar. DNA is more stable than the RNA. Yes, very good. So ER is a very, very important cell organelle which is present inside the cells, right? And they help in manufacturing protein. So we have rough ER and smooth ER. Rough ER helps in the synthesis of proteins, manufacturing of the proteins. And then we have smooth ER, which help in the manufacturing of lipids. Both of protein and lipids are coming, right? And they will be helping in making of the membrane also, plasma membrane. In plasma membrane, we have the lipids and the protein, right? So in making of the membrane also, we have the contribution of ER and the both smooth and the rough ER, right? They have the membranes around them. They are membrane bound structure and they're very close, attached to the nucleus also. They have ribosomes on it. Rough ER, that is the reason it is called as rough. Smooth ER pe, they don't have the ribosomes. Ribosomes are the one where the protein synthesis happens. Important thing, everyone. Ribosomes, very, very important. Lipids. In lipids, what you need to understand, right? Lipids again is a type of biomolecules that we have in the cells, right? They definitely have two, basically lipids are the one kind of one which is not so water loving, insoluble in water. Yes? Cannot call it as fat, the derivative of it for sure, right? Yes. Okay, chaliye. What are the functions of the ER? We have just spoken about it, right? The functions of the ER. It is the site of the it is the site of the protein synthesis and the site of the lipid synthesis. And both of these lipid and proteins comes together and forms the plasma membrane, right? The repairing work. The repairing work keeps on happening, right? So, we know that these two, proteins and the lipids coming from the ER, smooth and the rough ER, helps in the formation of the plasma membrane, and we call that process as the membrane biogenesis. Yes? अरे नहीं मोहम्मद, they don't have plastids. गिरगिट में प्लास्टिक क्यों होगा? Plastid क्यों होगा? Yes. I've answered your question, Mohammed. गलत question है. They don't have plastids. Plastid तो वही plants में होता है. अब ऐसे ऐसे क्वेश्चन पूछोगे और फिर बोलोगे कि मैम calm down, हाँ? Yes. हाँ, yes, yeah. Yes. Viksha, yes. I know. Ma'am, what is a different type of ER? Different form of ER. No, see, ER is a one whole organelle, right? ER is a one whole organelle. If of course the half part of it, right, we have it as a rough endoplasmic reticulum and we have it as a smooth endoplasmic reticulum. I'm just saying half, I'm not sure, right? I'm sure it's not completely half all the time, but of course we know that it's a clear-cut division. Okay, chaliye. But again, can you see over here, again it's a detailed study, can you see over here the shapes that we have, right? Vesicles, forms may, of course, if we talk about the different forms, that how the ER is initially in the between. Initially it is there in the cristae form, right? Then it is in the tubular form, right? It's in the tubular form. And ultimately when it's leaving the ER, it will become into the vesicle. Okay, and it will be going to the Golgi bodies. So yeah, different forms are there. Clear? Yes, I hope that your answer is, you have the clarity now. Done? Okay, chali everyone. So we are clear with the membrane biogenesis, right? Now let's talk about the important organelles, everyone. Mitochondria, right, plays a very important role in the making of ATP, right? It's the basically powerhouse of the cell, and it makes the ATP, which is the energy currency of the cell. It has double membrane, it has its own DNA, and it can make its own protein, right? It gives us energy, which is called as ATP. Golgi apparatus is also called, right, as a postman. So it receives the information from the ER. Now this is, everyone, very interesting. We know that ER will be making protein, right, and will be making the lipids, right? So in ER, if you see, we have these cistrae, right, those tubular, the flat-like structure which are kind of stack onto each other, and then of course we have this tubular structure. We saw that, right? And then once it is being passed from there, once they're out of the ER, they will be actually coming in a form of vesicles. Now, inside the vesicles, what we have? Protein and the lipids. Now, these vesicles will be moving into the Golgi bodies, right? And there the packaging, modification and everything will happen. And then they will leave, right? Then they will leave. Clear? So, the Golgi bodies plays a very important role in packaging, modification, storage of the molecules, which is received from the ER. Clear, everyone? Clear? So, here to the Golgi apparatus. Then, of course, we have lysosomes. Lysosomes are the side bags of the cell. They have hydrolytic enzymes inside them, right? And they help in the breakdown of the if there's any worn out organelle, if the cell is not functioning properly, it will release all the enzymes, the cell will die. And of course, it clear out the indigestive materials also. Lysosomes is very, very important single membrane structure, right? Then we have the ribosomes. Now, ribosomes plays a very important role in the protein synthesis. We know that they are present on the ER, right? And they have a synthesizing unit in the nucleolus. वहाँ से बन के आ रहे हैं बढ़िया तरीके से, right? So protein synthesis is the main function of the ribosomes. They are present in bacteria also, right? It has two subunits. They have two subunits, right? The ribosomes has how many two subunits? One over here and two. So two subunits come together and join, and then we call it as a ribosome. Now, this is a very fascinating organelle. It's a very tiny, the smallest of all, right? And it is there in bacteria also, and it is there in humans also. 70s type is there in the prokaryotes, very good, Yash, and 80s and there in the eukaryotes. Now, you will be learning about these, right, in your higher classes? Yes? Yes. Yash, not in today's class. I have a class on the NEET channel. You can go and watch that class. Okay? Chali. Is not here, probably not in this class. We have the explanation in our previous previous recorded videos, where we have gone into the details of it. So probably not now because it's not there in syllabus, and later it should not be the case, right? That we have extra information which is not useful for the examination. Then everyone, moving ahead, we have the vacuole. Now vacuole are present in the plant cells and we have in the animal cells also. Now vacuoles are big in the plant cells and in the animal cells they are very small, right? And of course the number also vary. Then we have the chloroplast, right? The chloroplast is the kitchen of the cell. We have different types of plastids, right? In first, we're discussing about the chloroplast. It is a double membrane structure. It has its own proteins, right? It has its own DNAs, of course, proteins will be there. And the chloroplast contain chlorophyll pigment. And it plays a very important role in the process of photosynthesis. When we talk about the different types of plastids, we have chloroplast, we have chromoplast. Now it contains the chromatin pigment, right? It gives a beautiful colors to the flowers and the fruits. Orange, yellow, etc. All of those colors are the contribution of chromoplast. Last but not the least, we have leucoplast, right? Which is not pigmented, does not have any color, and it stores the starch, protein and the lipids, right? Everyone, are we clear? So with this, we have discussed about the different organelles that are present in the cells, both in plant cells and in the animal cells, in the prokaryotic and in the eukaryotic organisms also. Moving to the last topic, everyone. So many of you would have doubts on the cell division. So here we have mitosis and meiosis. Mitosis that occurs in the stromatic cells. Stromatic cells means different parts of our body. जो germ cells नहीं है उन्हें हम stromatic cells बोलते हैं. जो stromatic cells है, right? जो stromatic cell नहीं उन्हें हम germ cell बोलेंगे. Germ cells are the one that are present, right, in the reproductive organs like ovaries and the testes. And these germ cells are also called as sperm in males and egg in female. So in egg and in the sperm cell, right, the gametes, which will be playing an important role in the sexual reproduction, we'll see meiosis, where the chromosome number will get half, right, and we'll see the four daughter cells. In the mitosis, in our skin cells, in our different organs, right, which type of division happens? Mitosis happens, right? The cells are same. They will not be changing their genetic information. Their genetic material will remain the same. And we will see the formation of two daughter cells. If the cell is, if the cell have one pair, two pair, that will remain the same. So that's about the meiosis and the mitosis. Clear? Now, if a cell is having a SER, then does it have? Yes. Yes, Amrita. Everything is important. They will have both. Yes, I will share the notes with you. Please ask the doubts. Please do ask the doubts, everyone. Everyone do ask doubts if you have any. मैम जो एंजाइम राइबोसोम्स में होता है उसका नेचर क्या हो? नेचर इन द सेंस व्हाट इज द नेचर ऑफ इट? आई डिडंट गेट योर क्वेश्चन. Mitosis. Mohammed, it is mitosis. Drupti. Shaurya, meiosis may just remember one thing. In the testes and in the ovaries, right, they have to form the gametes like sperm and the egg. So what will happen? In the cells, in testes and the ovary, they'll start dividing. Now, initially they will have a 2n, basically two pair of the chromosome. By the end of it, they'll just have only one pair. Basically, reduction happens of the chromosome. Now, it's very difficult for you to understand because they have not got into the details of it. But if I have to explain you, for example, we have 46 chromosome. That means that we have 23 pair of chromosome. 46 chromosome in total and we have 23 pairs. What happens in the meiosis is that this 46 chromosome number goes to the 23 only. Right? Clear? It's not the 23 pairs now. It is the 23 number of chromosome. The chromosome number will get half. 46 divided by 2. Clear? Yes. Yes, Kalpana, you can take the example of phloem. Yes, very good, Dwarka. 23 from the father and 23 from the mother, and that's how we have the total number of 46 number of chromosome. Biomolecules, protein, lipids, fats, right? Sorry, not the fats. Carbohydrates, all of these are biomolecules. Protein is a biomolecule, right? These are the biomolecules, bache. Yes, we are done with the next. We are done, everyone. This is the last topic, and we are done. We are done with the class today. Yes. Ribosomes react नहीं करेगा बच्चे pathogen के साथ. I didn't get your question. I think yes, you are having some confusion. Ribosomes will not be attacking the any pathogens. Right? Ribosomes are the organelle which are there, right? And they help in the protein synthesis, but they will not be attacking on the pathogens. Kalpana, stimuli something which will stimuli is nothing but an external source to which you will be responding. For example, we have the light, right? That's a stimuli. Yes. So with this, everyone, we are done. Shaurya, I think you have joined the class late. We started with the last chapter, which is improvement in food resources. Then we did tissues, and then we did the last chapter, that is fundamental unit of life. Okay? So everyone, we are done with the class today. I hope that all of you enjoyed the class. See, it's a very straightforward class, right? And we have covered all the important topics. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button for the video, share this video with your friends, and write in the comment section and tell us that if you have enjoyed the class, right? I have a homework question, everyone, also for all of you. Please make sure to write the answer in the comment section below. How do good animal husbandry practice benefits farmer? So please do write the answer for this particular question. I'll be waiting for your answers, everyone. Right? The only way to remember the information that we have taken is to read the NCERT. So everyone, please make sure to read the NCERT. Right? Yes. हाइड्रोलाइज एंजाइम तो आप अलग बात कर रहे हो, राइबोसोम्स में नहीं होगा. चलिए, right. Okay, everyone, we'll say bye-bye. Everyone, do take care of yourself. Please do not forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And everyone, please make sure to enroll yourself in the workshop, which will be happening on 31st of December, 12 p.m. along with your parents. It's absolutely free. You just need to be there. And of course, Ashwin sir will be telling you about many interesting things about your career, right? So please make sure, everyone, you enroll into it. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience, and thank you so much, everyone, for understanding and supporting me. I'll share the notes with you. Thank you so much, everyone. Yes, chocolava khushi hai. Bilkul, bilkul. Lots of love, everyone. I'll end the class now. We'll meet really very soon. Till that time, do take care of yourself and keep on learning with BYJU'S. Bye-bye.